Yo. I'm back for another one. I'm back for another one. What's up? Ah, man. Alright, man. Let's see. Bro, this shit, like, so fucking sensitive. I gotta get used to it. Calm. Let's glide. Y'all seen that YouTube commercial talking about some calm? My nigga, what? What's your body count? Let's glide. Girlfriend. I hope she around his age, cause she does. Oh, she probably is, but ain't no way this speed girl. Come on, man. I know you can do better than that. Definitely can do better than that, man. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Play the NBA. Oh, Mario trying to measure some shit. Okay, I see what he did there. I see what he did there. Let me check. Let's see. 15 to 15. Office. The fuck? Nigga smoking a blunt? Nigga crazy. Y'all think he be fucking with the house? This is fucking insane. What's that? 17. Let's see what this the fuck is. What the hell? Oh, you can hear me? Alright. Oh, I'm not even got my screen covered. I see. I'm glad I checked that shit. Got my screen covered and shit.
Have inspired fear in the enemies and employed extreme methods to make sure that they're left alone in peace. But are they really inspired fear in the enemies?
Alright, cool.
Really as tough as they seem? We're about to find out. From the skeleton people of Papua New Guinea to the walrus hunting tribes of Siberia, these are the 15 toughest tribes feared by the U.S. Army. The Chimbu Skeleton Tribe. This intimidating remote tribe live in the mountains of Papua New Guinea and are famous for their elaborate body paint and terrifying attire. The Chimbu Skeleton Tribe were once known for dressing up as corpses to psychologically disturb their enemies. But now it's thought that they only paint themselves in this creepy manner for special occasions and celebrations such as festivals. Using black and white body paint made from natural materials, they cover themselves from head to toe to create the illusion of being a supernatural being or a walking skeleton. Yeah, we can see why this would freak out your enemies. The Chimbu speak a language called Kuman, which is...
I didn't know that. These niggas got the Baraka teeth. Mortal Kombat. Y'all gotta know who Baraka is from Mortal Kombat. That nigga got the Baraka. I spelled that right. No, not fucking Barack Obama. to spell it. Mortal. This nigga. Oh, that's how I got no C. Ain't got no C in it. Y'all can't tell me they don't look like this nigga, bro. They look like this. How they look like this nigga, bro. This nigga ugly though. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what the fuck. Ew, that. Get the fuck off my screen. I don't know what that is. Please hurry up. Click it. Fuck. Click. Shit, bro. God damn.
Is one of 800 languages spoken in Papua New Guinea and is believed that they didn't have any kind of contact with the Western world until 1934. We wonder what the first international visitors thought of this Chimbu tribe. This isolated community has nailed it when it comes to making a horrifying first impression. Hey, did you know that if you smash the like button, subscribe, and click the notification bell, you're more likely to win the lottery? So what are you waiting for? The Mersai. Located between the River Omo and the River Mago, the Mersai tribe, also known as the Mersu or the Mun, live close to the border of South Sudan. They're a Nilotic ethnic group in Ethiopia, and according to the 2007 national census, there are at least 7,500 people belonging to the Mersai tribe today, most of which live in one of the most remote and isolated regions of the country. They're known for being one of the last tribes in Africa where women wear large wooden or clay plates in their lips, some of which can reach epic proportions. But it's not just women who practice body modification in the Mersai tribe. The men also use scarification on their shoulders to show how many enemies they've killed and shave elaborate patterns into their hair. Male members of this tribe also engage in ceremonial dueling, a violent ritual which is known as tagine. Not only that, but Mersai men must prove they're ready to marry by battling an opponent using a large stick called a donga. Yet, no matter if you're a man or a woman, you gotta be pretty tough to be a Mersai. The Dinka people. One of the largest ethnic groups in South Sudan are the famous Dinka people, who refer to themselves either as Monjang or Jing. This community of around 25 different tribes consists of approximately 3 million people, and they're known for their ancient tradition of cattle herding. They live in harmony amongst their cattle and are amongst some of the most incredible farmers on the planet. In fact, their animals are so important to them that they've more than 400 words to relate to cattle in their language. But they're not just famous for their huge herds of cows. The Dinka people are amongst some of the tallest in the world, with many members reaching over 7 feet tall. The tallest NBA basketball player in history was actually a Dinka man named Manute Bol, and he enjoyed an impressive career with the Miami Heat, Golden State Warriors, and Philadelphia 76ers, amongst other teams. At a whopping 7 feet 7 inches, Manute came from a family of incredibly tall people, including his mother, who was 6'10", and his father, who was 6'8".
She married somebody who was shorter than her. Short king, stand up, man.
Asero Mudmen. Meet the Asero Mudmen, a remote tribe located in the eastern highlands of Papua New Guinea. They live in the village of Goroka and have
what y'all doing? Y'all see something like that, bro? Wait, come on. What y'all doing? Y'all see something like that? I am fucking taking off. I'm heading in the other direction. I'm just simply not existing here anymore. Like, what? Nigga look like a Roblox character.
Extremely unique ceremonial dress that's been made famous across the globe. These clay masks are meant to look frightening and outlandish and are said to scare away any enemies who might approach their village. The designs can range from horned beasts.
Why this nigga walking like this? This nigga walking creepy as hell.
To long-eared ghouls, and are sometimes decorated with real animal teeth and shells. It's been reported that these mudmen will walk long distances to get the materials they need to create these spooky masks, trekking for over an hour and a half down to the river to get special clay that doesn't crack when it dries. But where did this extraordinary tradition originate? Well, according to tradition, it all began with a wedding guest who didn't prepare his ceremonial outfit and had to resort to wearing a ghost-like mask. However, his creation was so haunting that the wedding guests fled in fear, giving one of the men in the tribe an idea on how to settle a long-standing feud with a rival tribe. There's no doubt about it, these mud masks are seriously scary. The Asmat. This tough tribe lives on small islands amongst the mangroves on the west coast of New Guinea Island. It's long been rumored that the Asmat tribe are cannibalistic people, and according to some reports, they've even taken part in headhunting raids up until the early 1990s. Tourists, you've been warned. There are claims that the Asmat people use human skulls as their pillows, and missionaries visiting the island have previously tried to persuade the tribe to abandon their violent and disturbing traditions. However,
Why you messing with these people, bro? Let them. I bet it was some white people. No offense to y'all, but I bet it was, bro. I bet it was. Ain't no way. Hold on, let me make sure. Ain't no way I'm fucking with these people. I don't care what you. I'm not going out there messing with them people, messing with them folks, and folks kill me or something. Nah, let you go ahead and go out there beating them people, bro. The fuck, like, bro, just leave people alone, man. That's how shit happen, bro. People wonder, oh, why this? Because you got here messing with folks and ain't more. Like, what somebody kind of come in your house and tell you to stop eating some shit that you eat? I tell you, you ain't gonna be happy. You ain't gonna be like, who the hell is you? Get out my house. And it's the same thing they doing to y'all. The same thing they doing to y'all. Crazy, boy. Could not be.
However, it is currently unknown whether they've given up their unusual carnal appetites. There are an estimated 65,000 people living in villages of up to 2,000 individuals. However, there's very little modern technology, no roads and no cars in sight. Aside from their grisly reputation, the Asmat are extremely talented woodcarvers, and their artwork is collected all around the world. This is due to the fact that the tribe believe that they've originated from wood, so it's a sacred material for them. These phenomenal carvings can be seen in museums across the globe, and to be honest, based on the stories, we reckon they're probably best viewed from a long distance away. The Sentinelese. For centuries, anthropologists have wondered what life is really like on the mysterious North Sentinel Island, but the truth is they'll probably never find out. That's because approaching the Sentinelese tribe on their home turf off the coast of India is strictly forbidden, and for a very good reason. Anyone who's ever ventured close to this remote and isolated ocean island has been given a very clear and powerful message by the Sentinelese people: do not come any closer or we'll kill you. Yeah, North Sentinel Island has a very strict border control policy, and nobody is allowed to step foot on their land under any conditions. Even when the coast...
Who is this orange nigga right here? I'm not best off him alone, bro. I'm good on everything they got going on.
After to make sure this uncontacted tribe was safe after the 2004 tsunami, the Sentinelese began shooting down the aircraft with metal-tipped arrows. Looks like they're doing just fine. In fact, they've been doing great on their own for an estimated 60,000 years. No one has ever contacted them, traded with them, or even been able to get close enough to figure out how they live or what their population might be. Experts say there could potentially be as many as 500 people living on this remote island, or there may be as little as a dozen tribe members holding down the fort. The truth is, nobody really knows for sure. So let's face it, you'd have to be either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid to try and find out. The Chukchi. The Chukchi people live in the northeastern point of Siberia, surviving in temperatures that can reach negative 31 degrees Celsius in the winter. They're divided into two groups, known as the Reindeer Chukchi and the Maritime Chukchi. While the reindeer live in the interior of the peninsula and the hinterland, the Maritime live on the Arctic and Bering coasts. Both have a very different way of survival, with the reindeer group living off the meat, milk, and pelts of the domesticated reindeer herds, and the Maritime people hunting sea mammals such as walrus, seals, and whales for food. In the traditional Chukchi religion, it's believed that the world is filled with invisible spirits, and rituals of sacrifice, divination, and healing would have been held by shamans in the community. It's thought that the total number of these people in the world today is around 16,000. However, only a portion of them live in the same traditional ways as their ancestors would have, traveling and sleeping in yurga tents. That's because Chukchi people were educated in Soviet schools from the 1920s, where they learned to read and write in Russian, and the old way of life ceased to be as common. Living in the Arctic isn't easy, but these people are tough. The Korowai. This mysterious tribe lives in the forests of West Papua, Indonesia, and is believed that they still...
See what I'm saying? What's the commonality with these people that's going out there searching for them people, bro? You tell me, man.
live their lives pretty much identically to how they would have done over 10,000 years ago. With rumors of cannibalism and witchcraft, for decades, many researchers have avoided this elusive tribe at all costs. With no access to modern medicine, roads, or technology, these folks were oblivious to the Western world until 1970, when a group of researchers traveled across the world to study their way of life. Anthropologists found that the Kodowai tribe lived in homes elevated on giant stilts in the trees, sleeping high up in the canopy. It's been reported that this is to protect the tribe from the evil spirits that haunted the jungle below. However, more recent visits have shown that not all of these people live in houses this high up, and some houses may have even been bought and paid for by film production companies who wanted to make the Kodowai way of life look
How you even go pay them for that?
more extreme than it really is. Today, it's estimated that there are around 3,000 people living a traditional way of life in the rainforest of Indonesia, although relatively little is known about their society. The Tulambi. Also known as the Angu or the Kuku, this tribe is known to be very small but very aggressive. The first contact between a group of Tulambi people and European researchers was caught on camera in 1993 when filmmaker Jean-Pierre Dutilleux and his crew visited their village in the high mountainous region of Morobe in Papua New Guinea. This tribe are said to be extremely violent. Despite their small stature, and neighboring villages in the lower valleys would fear their ferocious raids. This tribe is reportedly shorter than 5 feet on average, but they certainly make up for their height in sheer strength and power. There's also rumors of ancient mummy sites in the area, which are now open to the public for a fee. Now that's what we call an extreme tourist attraction. Children of the Jaguar. The Quechua people live in Sarajaku, a territory located in the Bobanaza River in the Amazonian region of Ecuador. The nearest city can only be accessed by plane or a whole day on a canoe, and this tribe are fiercely protective of their traditional way of life in the jungle. In fact, they even have a name for it, Sumak Kose, which is Quechua for living well. This saying incorporates their desire to live in harmony with the natural world and protect nature. And protecting nature is something they've had to do for many, many years now. They've had to fight against oil companies as well as the government to save their home in the tropical rainforest. And some members of the community have even traveled across the world to protect against famous environmental activists such as Leonardo DiCaprio in a bid to raise awareness. A film titled Children of the Jaguar, which details their struggle, was released at film festivals across the world. It even won a Best Documentary Award from the National Geographic Society, as well as an award for international recognition from the Ecuadorian Ministry of Culture. The Quechua people truly are an inspirational tribe. The Maasai. You may have heard of this iconic African tribe. We're of course talking about the Maasai, a tribe known for their legendary warrior culture. The Maasai live in the south of Kenya and north of Tanzania, and one of the most famous game reserves on the planet, the Masai Mara. Although they're semi-nomadic, traveling around the region to find the best grazing spots for their cattle, the Maasai have learned to live alongside lions, leopards, rhinos, and elephants, and have a reputation for being one of the toughest tribes in the world. They're also known for being amongst the tallest people in Africa and recognized globally for their traditional high jumps. These giant leaps are called Adamu and are performed to display strength as well as attracting a wife. Pretty amazing, right? They make it look so easy.
I'm 40-inch vert out here, but yes sir, 40-inch vert, pulling all the holes.
Maori warriors. Chances are you've seen the powerful haka dances made famous by New Zealand's Maori tribe. Today, it's performed at everything from special ceremonies to international sports games. But back in the day, the haka was a formidable war dance that struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. The Maori people settled in New Zealand between the 11th and 13th century and soon built a reputation for their intense warrior culture. Maoris were trained for war, and vivid tattoos would be etched into their skin to tell the story of their ancestry, knowledge, and social standing. This combined with the haka would have no doubt scared off any rival tribes or invaders who approached their villages. The haka traditionally involves powerful combat poses, sticking out of the tongue, bulging out of...
What's his name? Ubaga? What his name was? Ubaga... WWE? Yeah, Umaga. That's what Umaga used to do. He used to do a little... hey, yeah, hey, hey. I don't know what the fuck he did though. Let me see if I can find it. He died though. R.I.P. to my guy though. He was fine. He was fine though. They go show it.
Here comes Umaga. We're about to see a fight. The following contest is scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring from the Isle of Samoa. Weighing in at three-sided mauling.
Michaels and Triple H.
Unmatched savagery inside the ring from bell to bell from Umaga. I don't think there's anyone that is quite as intimidating as Umaga is. I gotta agree with you, Cole. Umaga has provided absolutely unmatched brutality.
Umaga. Celebration. This will show it.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. On the
He want this baller.
Competing in the WWE, they'd probably have him locked up in a cage and charge admission.
And that's one of the most devastating moves in the business. You can crush a person's throat with that move. Here's what the fans came to see.
What a splash by Umaga.
Looks like he's trying for a pin here. 2, 3. Well, like it or not, this one's over.
Here's your winner, Umaga.
There's no question that that was a hard-fought pin, King.
I'm actually surprised at the outcome, JR. That match went a lot differently than I thought it would.
Well, that just goes to show you, anything can happen in WWE.
I don't know if he's all this bollock though. They got that man looking like he bollock as fuck. I don't think he ever looked like that, man. That nigga was fire. That's what they're. I think he was a part of that tribe, anyways. Look at this nigga, bro. Like, look at this, bro. But yeah, damn.
The eyes and loud war cries. Overall, it's an extremely moving display that's still used to this day. In the 2018 census, 775,000 people in New Zealand identified as Maori, 16.5% of the national population in total. New Zealand is rich in Maori culture, and tourists travel from all around the globe to learn about and pay respect to this incredible group of people. The Apache. The Apache people are a group of culturally related Native American tribes in the southwestern United States with communities currently living in Oklahoma and Texas, as well as reservations in Arizona and New Mexico. Over history, the Apache people have moved all over the states and are known for their great battles with anyone who tried to invade their land. For hundreds of years, the Apache fought off Spanish and Mexican people raiding their homes, and in the 19th century, the U.S. Army discovered just how fierce the Apache warriors really were. Known to be adept in the art of war and skilled in military strategy, the Apache were feared across the continent. Today, a recent census showed that over 111,000 people identify as Apache in the United States. Cheyenne Dog Soldiers. When it comes to American history, the Cheyenne Dog Soldiers have to be one of the
the United States up the scoring though. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know who took over the U.S., but I think they upped the scoring they when they came to the U.S. But
toughest and most intimidating military
a whole country lead.
Societies of all time. The Dog Soldiers were one of 6 Cheyenne military societies beginning back in the late 1830s, and they were considered to be the bravest of the brave when it came to Native American warriors. Some people considered this band of warriors to be frightening and ruthless, whereas others saw them as heroes defending the Cheyenne people from harm. The Cheyenne are a group of tribes who merged together in the early 19th century, living over multiple states such as Montana, Oklahoma, and Colorado. So, what was the purpose of the Dog Soldiers? Well, this society of powerful warriors formed to preserve law and order during daily life, as well as make sure things were running smoothly during big transitions like moving camp and settling somewhere new. It's been said that if you broke the rules under the Dog Soldiers' watch, they'd whip you or even slash up your tent. They would also fight in battles with outsiders and invaders, and were said to carry a length of rope made of raw hide that they would pin to the ground at one end and attach to themselves at the other. They would then fight within the length of the rope, proving to their enemies that they would always stand their ground and would even fight to the death. The Dog Soldiers were known for their enormous and elaborate war bonnets consisting of hundreds of feathers earned by proving their strength and bravery in battle. Today, there are still members of this iconic military society living across the United States, keeping the tradition alive. The Comanche. And now it's time for our final tough tribe. We're talking about the Comanche, a Native American nation known as the Lords of the Plains. With a history that spans back to the early 1500s, the Comanche people were originally part of the eastern Shoshone in Wyoming and were famous for being the best buffalo hunters on the Great Plains. This incredible tribe wore their hair extra long and parted it from the center, painting their scalp with colorful clay and tying their hair in braids adorned with leather and beaver fur. The Comanche fought in many conflicts against Spanish, Mexican, and American armies and were known for their phenomenal archery skills and unbreakable bonds with their horses. They were said to conduct their raids on horseback under the light of the full moon and were known to be formidable opponents that would defend their homelands at any cost. Today, the Comanche Nation is said to consist of around 10,000 members, of which 50% live in Oklahoma. Lawton, Oklahoma is still the site of their annual powwow, a celebration that brings Comanche people together to celebrate their rich culture and heritage. So there you have it. These tough tribes are feared all around the world, and for good reason too. What'd you think of these extraordinary tribes? You can let us know in the comments.
Crazy, bro. That is insane, bro. That's insane, bro. That's insane, bro. The least attractive balloon. I think I'm good on that one. What the fuck that is? Do not be for that. We could do this one. What was it? The total. The fuck? I think it was this one.
So if you're not familiar with these iceberg memes, the basic gist is that they are visualizations of how accessible and well-known knowledge surrounding a general interest or fan community is. The stuff everyone knows is at the top, and the stuff that is more obscure in knowledge goes further down. This video is going to explain to you the total drama iceberg, which was actually sort of made by myself. Partially. There were 2 icebergs that I found on the Total Drama subreddit by these users, and to be more cohesive with this video, I chose to adapt both of them to a larger picture, with a few changes of my own. You can check out the links to the original Reddit post I adapted this iceberg from in the description. But I do want to make something clear to avoid unnecessary hostility. People are often split about what iceberg memes should be. Some people prefer iceberg memes that actually go in depth about serious trivia and theories about a topic, while others prefer the more silly tongue-in-cheek icebergs that are mostly just nonsense. The 2 icebergs I made my own based on actually both represent these archetypes pretty well. So I just want to let you know that when designing this iceberg, I tried to keep the majority of the tiers dedicated to serious talking points that actual fans of the show will bring up. But I did let myself include some of the silly creepypasta tier shit at the bottom. So it's a little bit of a mix of both.
I like that crazy creepypasta, some shit that don't make no sense, and like, what the fuck? Like that
Now, with that said, zip up your wetsuits and fill up your tank, because we're diving in. Made in Canada. The sky portion of this iceberg is going to be short, by the way. The icebergs I used barely had anything, and I couldn't think of much either. But yeah, Total Drama Island was made in Canada. I know that should be obvious, but I didn't really realize it for a while as a kid. Even though they say it here and there, I likely missed it. And whenever they mentioned the term Muskoka, Ontario, or whatever, it would just go in one ear and out the other, because I was a little kid who knew nothing about geography. I'd imagine a lot of people who watched the show when they were little but don't remember much might not be aware of the show taking place in Canada either. There are more seasons than Island. Once again, something that most people know. Total Drama Island is a huge media franchise with several other seasons, and even 2 spin-offs. You have Action, World Tour, Revenge of the Island, All-Stars, Pahkitew Island, and some new stuff coming up. You also have the spin-offs, Redonkulous Race, and the next topic, Total Dramarama. Total Dramarama is a spin-off of the main show that features the usual cast of characters as little
So, like, come on, man. Come on, look at little Duncan, bro. Come on, man.
Kids in daycare. It's not canon or anything, and it is certainly not the most well-received either. It features mostly characters from Total Drama.
This bitch, she's annoying as fuck. I hate her. I hate her. She just always is some shit for no reason. Then act all stupid when the shit go down and it's her fault. I hate this bitch, man. I hate this bitch.
Island, but interestingly enough, also features Jude from 16, which is a separate show from Total Drama made by a lot of the same people.
I thought he was in Total Drama.
2 different winners each season. This is actually kind of an interesting fact about the whole show. There are no canonical winners for the most part. Each finale is made with 2 separate endings where one of the final 2 wins the challenge. So for example, Total Drama Island has 2 endings, one where Owen wins and one where Gwen wins. This is why there is little to no mention of a season's previous winner in any episode of Total Drama, with the exception of once or twice in Total Drama Action. It's because in certain parts of the world, Owen was aired winning the first season while Gwen was aired winning in other parts. And
I got Owen. The one I got was Owen. I don't know where the fuck else Gwen would be the winner at. I got Owen though.
Having to juggle different versions of all the show's episodes is really tedious. TDDDDI and Celebrity Manhunt. Total Drama Island and Celebrity Manhunt's Total Drama Action Reunion Special are 2 one-hour specials of Total Drama that served as transitions between seasons 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 respectively. Total Drama 4 Times Island had Chris round up the campers for one final challenge for the opportunity to win $1 million, but after a bunch of shenanigans it ends up in a tie which is broken in the following season. The Celebrity Manhunt Special is an episode of a fictional TV show that shows how the cast of Total Drama has been hanging since the previous seasons of the show. It ends with the cast being invited for a season on a plane around the world. These 2 episodes are personal favorites of mine due to how unique they really are. Blaney. Speaking of Celebrity Manhunt, Blaney is one of the fictional hosts of the Celebrity Manhunt TV show, and plays a minor role in Total Drama World Tour. After taking over the Aftermath show with Jeff, she eventually ends
You see that waistline? Come on now, you see that? You see that? Crazy.
Up being a surprise 3rd new contestant in Total Drama World Tour. It was definitely interesting seeing her, as she was one of the most unique characters. Beyond just being a celebrity, she was also presumably an adult woman, unlike the rest of the cast, who are all teenagers. Though, she's pretty much never been on the show since World Tour, except for a few minor cameos. The Redonkulous...
Trying to get with Coach. Don't tell me she's trying to get with Coach, nah. Yeah, nah.
Race is a spin-off. The Redonkulous Race was a spin-off show of Total Drama. You all probably know that. but it was an interesting point in Total Drama history, given its return to the 26-episode format and its completely new challenge structure. I also like how they took the opportunity to have a few characters from Total Drama in the show. It's certainly a better spin-off idea than Total Dramarama. Chris's pet Venus flytrap. Chris is revealed to have a pet Venus flytrap in Total Drama Revenge of the Island, named Larry. He apparently left it at Camp Wawanakwa at the end of Season 1, and after turning the island into a nuclear dump site, Larry turned into a gigantic freaky plant monster. Despite being abandoned by Chris, there appear to be no hard feelings. Audition tapes. At the end of every episode of the show, or at least for a lot of the seasons, the show would air a bonus clip. These clips were the audition tapes of characters who were put on the show, and they would usually air after the episode a character was booted out. They're actually pretty fun to watch, and add a bit of context about the individual characters' personal lives.
I remember this nigga. I forgot what happened with. How did he get like this? Is my question. Let's see if he can explain.
The winners do not have audition tapes. Gwen and Owen are the only two members of the first cast that never had their audition tapes shown. This is because, well, they made it to the finale, and because of that, there was never an episode that had the chance to show off their audition as a bonus.
That for season 4 finalist. Damn, it should have shown
Bonus clip. Kind of sad, because I'd love to see how the two would have auditioned. 16.
Especially Owen.
16 is a Canadian animated teen sitcom, which focuses on the after-school life of a few teenagers. The reason this show is part of the iceberg is because, like Total Drama, the show was produced by Fresh TV and was created and worked on by a lot of the same people. Because of this, Total Drama and 16 have always been very closely intertwined, and the shows have a few references to each other. I mentioned that a character from 16 appears in Total Dramarama, but what's also interesting is that in the 16th episode of Total Drama Action, there is just a straight-up parody done of the main theme of 16 with the cast of Action. Same song, just with the characters swapped out. Fresh TV. I just talked about this. Fresh TV is the main production company for Total Drama and is also involved with producing 16. Not much else to say. Total Drama is scripted. I mean, this should be obvious. The show's fictional.
It's scripted? Nah, bro. Fuck no, this shit ain't scripted. It can't be. It's real, bro. 100%. What the fuck? How is this shit scripted? Nah, bro. I don't believe it.
And there are writers. I don't really know why this is on here. My only guess is that this is some sort of fan-made theory that within the Total Drama universe, the show is fictional as well, and none of the drama in the show is actually real. That would explain how dream sequences and stuff are able to be showed on the show, but, like, it's also a cartoon. Cartoon Network censorship. I talked about this a lot in my Total Drama.
Back in the day when I was a little kid, boy, I hated it. Ooh, boy, I hated them censorships, bro. Especially for this show. I mean, come on, like... Man, bro, them censorships, bro, I was so mad. Especially that one episode with what name, Heather or some shit, and her thing came off. Man, I think the whole week they was promoting that shit and all that some crazy shit. And I'm like, oh, I'm about to see some shit. Nope. I was so pissed.
My Island review, which you should totally watch. But yeah. The original Canadian release of this show was censored to hell and back for the American Cartoon Network release, even more so for the European Cartoon Network release. They cut out a lot of words like stupid, crap, and more. And apparently in the European release, they cut out all scenes of characters barfing, which is kind of crazy, because characters in this show barf a lot. I'd actually recommend you read further into this, because there's a whole list of it on the Total Drama Wiki. The show doesn't get censored nearly as much anymore, but that can likely be credited to the fact that they've really toned it down with a lot of the sex jokes and mild swear words and stuff over the years. Feral Ezekiel. This is one of the first really dark topics within the show. Ezekiel is kind of a meme character, as he has only completed in 2 seasons and was the first character to be voted out in both. But basically, in Total Drama World Tour, he refuses to leave the airplane and acts as a stowaway, living off of scraps with animals in dark parts of the airplane. He grows more and more sickly over time until he eventually becomes a green-skinned feral animal who doesn't speak like a normal person and only seems to want the $1 million. Eventually, in the last episode of World Tour, he steals the $1 million and falls into an active volcano. He survives, somehow, but this is honestly such a dark plot point in the show, and there had never really been anything like this before. I mean, he's alive, but he's also just become unrecognizable from the naive country boy he started as. All Stars is garbage. I'm not really sure why this is here. It's not really trivia or anything about the show. It's just a somewhat common opinion. Because, yeah, All Stars is not exactly the most beloved season out there for a lot of reasons. But I don't want to start an argument about that here. All Stars and Pakuto Island are the same season. This is actually true. All Stars and Pakuto were made under the same production code as two halves of one complete season. A lot of people think of All Stars as Season 5 and Pakuto as Season 6, but technically this is incorrect. Camp TV and Total Drama Reloaded. Years before Total Drama Island was first released, the first mock-up for the show was called Camp TV. There's not too much we know about what the show was first like back then, but there is a surviving trailer of the show in a more primitive state, and it's certainly interesting to see what has and hasn't changed. Total Drama Reloaded was the original name for the 4th season of the show, Total Drama Revenge of the Island. There isn't any really old trailer of the show at that stage in development, and the only reason people know the name is because the voice actor for Chris said the name in an old vlog during the production of the season. We do also have a picture of the original cast for Total Drama.
Okay, we got one, and his name is Lightning. Okay. Stacey, Zoe, Molly, Annie Marie, Dakota, Mary. I think I remember her. I think I remember Mike. Unless these ain't come out, but I feel like I seen her in an episode. I feel like I seen her, and I feel like I seen him. Lightning, Scott, Cameron, Sam, and Brick. Oh yeah, definitely, because he was in the season. Yep, this is, yeah, okay, yeah, they definitely was in this. Because I've 100% seen him in the episode. Okay, bet.
Reloaded, and a lot of the characters look similar to how they did in the final product, while some others look very different. The characters Bee and Dawn are nowhere to be seen here, and they were likely added later in development. Ezekiel cameos. Throughout Total Drama World Tour, there was a lot of foreshadowing to Ezekiel's big role in the later episodes. You often see him hiding in different parts of the plane, and his presence isn't really known to the contestants until about halfway through. Tier lists. I don't really know what this means. I guess it might be implying that this deep into the fandom is when you start wanting to rank your favorite characters or seasons or whatever. I actually did that once on my second channel, funnily enough. The singing rule was broken. The singing rule was an interesting part of Total Drama World Tour. Basically, every episode had a musical segment where all the campers were forced to sing or be kicked off the show, which is pretty crazy. This is actually why Duncan quits at first. He didn't want to sing. But what's interesting is how little they actually stick to this rule. There are numerous episodes where the song doesn't have everyone sing, and the implication there is a bit confusing. There is debate about this, as some people argue that it's only if Chris wants you to sing or something, but that doesn't explain how in the first episode they pretty clearly say, all contestants in each show. Regardless, it's not a big deal, and it probably won't affect your enjoyment of the season. Stoked. Stoked is a Canadian TV show that is produced by Fresh TV. It was made by the same people who made Total Drama in 16. I haven't watched it, but basically it's about teenagers and surfing or something. Beta designs. This is actually a super fun topic that I can spend a lot of time talking about. A lot of Total Drama characters have beta designs that look super different from how they look in the final product. You can see here that Bridget was totally transformed, for example. What's even more interesting is that a lot of the beta designs within the show are reused in some capacity. For example, Sadie's beta design is used throughout the show as a cardboard cutout paparazza and some random girl who was dating Justin. DJ's beta design was used for a nameless character who was at a fast food drive-thru with the Total Drama Island special. Cameron's beta design was reused as a likeness for the Adversity twins in the Redonkulous race. This honestly makes a lot of sense, because I'm sure if I was animating the show and needed a character to play a bit part, it would save a lot of time to use leftover designs and stuff for that very purpose, instead of making a character up from scratch. Dawn's powers. This one's pretty easy. Dawn is kind of like a nature hippie girl with psychic aura powers, pretty much. There are several points in time in the show where she can talk to animals or read people's auras to find stuff out about them. Unlike other characters in the show,
this bitch one of them astrology bitches, but she got like she's the next step for the astrology bitches. She is what the astrology bitches strive for. Okay, so this is the end goal that them bitches want to get to. Cool. Now I know.
Who claim to have supernatural powers, it seems that within the Total Drama universe, Dawn actually has the abilities she claims to have. Total Drama Ricky. Total Drama Ricky is a YouTuber who makes videos about, you guessed it, Total Drama. I don't personally watch him, but I'm sure a lot of big Total Drama fans have seen at least one or two of his videos.
Episode right there.
Adam
Seen
Hadel.
it.
Adam Hadel is also a YouTuber who has made videos on Total Drama in the past, but doesn't focus on it primarily. Not much to say here. Alejandro's voice actor changed. Alejandro's original voice actor, Marco Grazzini, only voiced Alejandro in Season 3. In Total Drama All-Stars, Alejandro's voice was done by Alex House. I remember noticing this as a kid, and really being bothered by it. And although I'm sure Alex tried his best, it was always a little bit off. But, hey, what else can you do? Scott died. Now, Scott didn't actually die, but what happened to him near the end of Total Drama Revenge of the Island was super dark. Scott had had a rivalry with the mutant shark Fang throughout the season, and Fang joins him in the Hurl of Shame, and an already injured Scott gets mauled. At the season finale, Scott rejoins, forced to sit in some chair for individuals suffering paralysis, where he can only communicate by making beeping noises, which, man, that is really dark. Thankfully, at the start of All Stars, he seems to be normal again, but I remember seeing it as a kid and being genuinely disturbed, partially because of how small the machine was. I thought they somehow cut off Scott's head and reattached it to the machine or something. Scott didn't die, but he certainly was close, and if the show was realistic, I don't think he would have survived, let alone make that recovery. Prototype designs as interns. I said earlier that beta designs for Total Drama characters are reused a lot, and prior to Season 4, interns for the show were often designed based on beta designs for contestants. The best example is Tyler, whose beta design has been used as an intern for the show on multiple occasions. It's unclear if it's supposed to be canonically the same character each time, or just some extra that they use the same model for. But yeah, it's certainly a fun detail. Browser games. I don't really know what to say here, other than, like a lot of shows that aired on Cartoon Network, there are little mini-games related to the show
they had. I hope you showed the dodgeball game. So
that you can play on the Cartoon Network website, or at least there used to be. Total Drama Island, Totally Interactive is a good example. They made a short minigame for every episode of the show, which is kind of crazy. There have been other minigames over the years, but none that went to the length that Totally Interactive did. Heather's head shape changes. This one isn't really a big deal, but it's still kind of interesting. Heather had her head shaved for a challenge at the end of Total Drama Island, and in the finale you can see her bald head. It's flat at the top, but from the Total Drama Island special and beyond, her bald head is a circular shape. This was obviously just a change they made for aesthetic purposes. They likely thought she looked a lot better with a normal shaped head, but I always kind of find it funny because it reminds me of how weird a lot of cartoon characters tend to look when bald. Zoe was originally Molly. Okay, this one is confusing, but just try and pay attention. So, going back to the original character designs for Total Drama Revenge of the Island, you can find some very interesting stuff. Notably 3 characters, Zoe, Molly, and Dakota. You might originally think that this is the original character design for Zoe, a character who appeared in the final product. But this is not true. You might also be confused because Dakota's old design looks very similar to Zoe. That is true. So, basically, here's what happened. The original Zoe character that you see in this old design did not make it to the final product. Her personality and everything was dropped, and the slot she took up in the show's cast was likely replaced with Dawn. The original Molly character was supposed to have the modern-day Zoe's character arc and everything. This Molly character eventually had her name changed to Zoe, likely after the original Zoe character was scrapped. The staff also redesigned Molly and implemented part of Dakota's original design when making her. Dakota was reimagined as the wannabe rich girl that we know today. Yeah, I hope you understood that. Justin never talks. In Season 1 of Total Drama, Justin has like 4 lines. He is introduced, says hi to Chris, banters with Owen, and never talks again. He makes it all the way to the 5th episode before being voted off, and even when he's voted off, he doesn't say anything. Interestingly enough, he then plays a huge role in the Total Drama Island special, and goes on to place pretty high in Total Drama Action, where he also is given a lot of screen and voice time. But in Season 1, he says almost nothing. Izzy's mental state. Now, I'm no psychiatrist, and I don't want to play psychiatrist, especially for a cartoon character who's just supposed to be silly and all over the place. Izzy is obviously supposed to be kind of crazy, but I don't think the staff had any particular mental illness in mind when writing her, nor do I think they wanted her to be a serious depiction of mental illness or anything. But there is a video by the Theorizer which speculates that she is in fact not insane or anything, and is actually a genius psychopath who pretends to be kind of a nutcase to get by. I don't really agree with it, though.
Genius.
Mal is the original personality. Speaking of mental illness, I guess, you have the theory that Mal is the original personality. I don't think there's really that much basis behind this theory, besides Mal saying it at one point. I'm pretty sure that was just him trying to scare Mike. Also, Mike and his personalities did that whole mind reset thing, right? And Mike was left? Yeah. Fan seasons. Total Drama is a show with a format that lends itself easily to fan content. As a kid, I always would watch the show and kind of picture myself being a contestant, and I don't think I'm the only one who did that. Because of this, fan-made seasons are often created by and for people who enjoy the show. Now, when I say fan season, I don't mean that people animate a full 26-episode season of the show, but it's not uncommon among fans to write fanfiction or something with that topic. Original characters are also a staple here. There is one fan-made season that actually was going to be animated and everything, and that season was Total Drama Reunion. Total Drama Reunion took place 15 years in the future, where all the characters are now in... There is one fan-made season that actually was going to be animated and everything, and that season was Total Drama
Okay, so this nigga just grew a mustache. This bitch got more brolic than she used to be. This bitch just got pearls and look like an auntie now. These niggas together, and they dressing different. She looks, I don't know. This nigga got a beard and they together still. Nigga smoking cigarettes? Kind of figured. This bitch, nah, she got her hair normal. I guess they together. I don't know who the fuck this is. Okay, that's Ezekiel. I'm guessing a nigga a robot now. Okay, and this nigga Chris kind of just looks the same. Don't look too different for her. Just got a beard now, I guess. And then I don't know who the fuck this. Oh, is this? Oh, he still is. Oh, okay, yeah, I know.
Reunion. Total Drama Reunion took place 15 years in the future, where all the characters are now in their 30s coming back together for one more season. Unfortunately, after a very successful first episode, the show was sadly given a cease and desist by Fresh TV, and had to stop production. And that is really unfortunate. I'm not going to go into detail about copyright law or anything, so that's all I will say. Art style inspired by Clone High. When I was first doing research on this, I expected this to be something with no real evidence. But no. Todd Kaufman himself confirmed that yes, Total Drama Island's art style was inspired by that of Clone High. Which, wow. Thanks for saving me the speculation, Todd. Chris is a pedophile. I don't know how serious of a theory this is, but it's no question that Chris McLean is kind of a creep. Even besides the whole sadistic torture of teenagers thing, there were multiple times in the first episode of the show where he commented on how attractive Lindsay is. Which, yeah, pretty creepy. Beth paid Brady. I don't know if I actually believe this theory, but I certainly think it would be funny as heck if it was true. One of the running jokes in Total Drama Action is that between the first two seasons, Beth claims to have gotten this really good-looking boyfriend who is a model and stuff named Brady. No one believes her, but she's insistent on it being true. But right at the finale of the season, after the winner is declared, Brady shows up looking for Beth, and they hug and everyone is surprised that he's real and is actually dating Beth. The theory is that, basically, Beth and Brady aren't in any significant relationship, and she paid him to pretend to be her boyfriend to impress all the people around her. It's certainly a funny theory, and it also explains how Beth sometimes would claim weird things about him that were easy for the others to poke holes in, but there's no real significant evidence in the show of this being the case. Ezekiel is racist. I don't really know where this theory comes from. I mean, it was pretty clear at the start of the show that Ezekiel has some backward views, likely influenced by his being raised and homeschooled in a rural area, but those were just him saying stuff that was mean to women. There's never been anything said by him that's been overtly racist or anything. He's never been hostile in any way to someone of a different ethnic background based on that alone. Quite the opposite, actually. I don't see any reason to really entertain this theory in any significant way. I like to think the best of people. Lindsay was supposed to be a finalist in Total Drama Action. Unfortunately, this isn't true. This was a theory that was going around for a while, but it turns out that there was never any significant plan in development for Lindsay to make it to the finale. I suppose this theory came out of the fact that Lindsay had a lot of screen time throughout the season, especially compared to Beth. So people thought there might have been plans for her to make it to the final two. I still hope one day Lindsay can win a season. She was booted too early in All-Stars. Why Duncan went to juvie. If you don't know, Duncan is a former inmate of a juvenile detention center, for some reason. It's said in his message from home that he's been in trouble for all sorts of illegal antics, but it's not confirmed what he specifically went to juvie for. He states on several occasions that he won't tell when asked why he went, so it's clearly a secret. There's a scene near the end of the first season where he, Gwen, Heather, and Owen all share their deepest, darkest secrets, and he tells them why he went to juvie, but it's off screen, and we can only really speculate. B's voice. One of the main gimmicks of B as a character is that he never talks. At all. He's completely silent, not a single written line, or so you might think. Because although B never says anything, there is one point where he makes an actual noise with his voice, and that is when he takes the hurl of shame. When he is launched, he screams, much like any normal person would when being launched from a catapult. And he, makes a noise despite not having any credited voice actor. And I don't know if it's publicly known who is doing the scream. I doubt that they hired someone for that scream alone, though, and if I had to guess, they probably just use a stock screaming sound effect. But who knows? Original All-Stars lineup. I've heard mixed sources on this, and I think some of this might be hearsay, but it's rumored that the Total Drama All-Stars cast was planned to be a bit different than it ended up being. Apparently, the cast was supposed to also include Owen, Brick, Anne Maria, and Cody, but had to be cut down to fit the 13-episode count. It's a big shame. Owen being cut out of the season that's supposed to be for the best of the best, and being replaced by Sam, who never even reached the merge, is insulting. They really need to return to the 26-episode format. Courtney's voice actress changed. Really? I actually didn't know this until just a few days ago, but Courtney has had two voice actors, Rochelle Wilson and Emily Claire Barlow. The reason you probably never noticed this is because she was only voiced by Rochelle Wilson for the first 2 episodes of the whole show and ended up being recast. Funnily enough, after 7 years, Rochelle Wilson returned to Total Drama to voice Sugar, which I found kind of interesting. Duncan and Heather were supposed to be a couple. This is a theory I really doubt. The only real evidence for this...
Bro, I knew that when I was 10 years old, they were supposed to be together. The way they was going back and forth, for the way they kind of had something, and then she kind of wanted it, and then, wait, was it this one? No, it was the other girl, but still, I kind of knew. Like, it was either Heather or the other bitch, the uptight other bitch that be wearing that fucking vest and shit. It was either her or I already knew. It was one of them, bro. The whole
This
time.
is that there are a couple lines in the first episode where Duncan overtly flirts with Heather, and that's it. Pretty much after that, there's a pretty clear lack of interest between both parties for the rest of the show. If this was ever planned, it must...
It was her or Heather. I felt like one of them, the way they was going back and forth, I feel like they
must have been really early on. Because not only are the two characters on different teams, Duncan and Courtney are two major characters in the first season who get a lot of screen time together, and having to rewrite all of that seems like an insane amount of work. Dead interns. This isn't really a theory, it's pretty much true. There are several times throughout the show where Chris mentions that all the interns are in the hospital or dead. In the last episode of the first season, Chris straight up tells a new intern who was just hired for the show that he was hired because all the other interns died. He tests a challenge in which he falls into shark-infested water, and you can hear chomping sound effects. There's another point in Total Drama World Tour where Chef releases a bunch of scarabs on the campers, and you can see some scarabs climb up the body of an intern. It cuts away from him, and when it cuts back, he's replaced by a skeleton.
Jesus.
So, yeah, dead.
You did.
Unauthorized Persian dub. I wasn't so sure about this part of the iceberg, so I actually messaged the original creator of one of the icebergs to tell me what they were referring to. Apparently, Gem TV, a Turkish broadcasting company that does work in several parts of the Middle East, made an unauthorized dub of Total Drama Island in Farsi to be aired in Iran. But they had to broadcast it illegally because the clothing of the characters was quote-unquote too American. Which, I mean, based on the way some of the characters are dressed, I'm not surprised. Yeah. You can find a link to the first episode in the description. Total Drama All-Stars rewrites. Total Drama All-Stars, as said earlier, is a controversial season. Because of this, there are a lot of fan-made versions of the show written on websites like Wattpad or DeviantArt. The most famous version I could find was a completely rewritten script for the show with an increased cast and episode count written by users Jasper Pie and Bloom.
Niggas got too much time on their hand, bro. You recreating an entire season of a show that happened over 5-10 years ago, bro. Like, god damn, bro. What, like, this nigga rewrote the entirety of a show, all 26 episodes. and added in new characters. Jesus Christ, bro. Y'all get paid for this shit or something? I'm not like
Tatsu 93. They even wrote up a whole version of the theme song, which gets bonus props from me. You can find the link to the rewrite in the description.
What,
Cartoon Network ruined Gwent and Dunkney. Okay, wow. I thought this was speculation at first, but it turns out this isn't as much of an innocent theory as I thought it was. This is some sad stuff. So, remember how in Total Drama Action, the character of Trent was totally derailed into some obsessive weirdo with no charisma at all, and he ended up freaking Gwen out enough for them to break up? Yeah, that wasn't the original intention of Fresh TV. Apparently, executives at Cartoon Network were behind the breakup, and they were also behind Gwen and Duncan getting together. And now that I know this, holy hell, all of that bad writing and lack of relationship screen time makes a lot of sense. I mean, Tom McGillis himself says that he likes Duncan and Courtney best. And this is just me speculating, but it makes me wonder a bit less why the relationships involving these characters always went downhill. Their personal development was not always aligned with the vision of the writers themselves. Certainly interesting, if not pretty sad. I certainly wish that Gwen and Dunkney stayed together. Lightning sexuality. Alright, I'm stumped on this one. I don't really know if it's trying to refer to anything specifically. I'm sure Lightning, like all male characters, is headcanon as gay by someone, but I don't know if there's anything about Lightning specifically that makes him hinted as gay within the show. All I can really think of is his on and off friendship with Joe, and how he constantly mistakes Joe for a guy, but I don't really think he ever showed attraction for Joe or anything. There's also that one scene where Joe thinks she's gonna die and exclaims, "I'm never gonna kiss a guy!" And Lightning, thinking Joe is a guy, quite progressively tells her that he's fine with that and doesn't judge. But yeah, I don't think there's any real direct evidence of Lightning's sexuality either way. Sadie and Owen are related. This isn't really a serious theory. Owen is one of the few characters whose parents have actually been shown on the show. A few times, in fact. And his mom bears a striking resemblance to Sadie. Like, a very similar head shape and eyes, and that's always been interesting. I don't actually think it's supposed to mean anything, and I'm sure they just partially used Sadie as a reference when designing his mom, just because they're both supposed to be plus-size women and there aren't many other women of that body type in the show. But maybe this show is trying to drop hints, because Owen's mom and Sadie share the same voice actor, Lauren Lipson. Lindsay's roast exists uncensored. This probably isn't true. At least, I don't think there's any audio of Lindsay actually saying swear words at Heather. The bleep goes on for a long time, and I don't know what a sentence that needs to be cut out to that extent would sound like. There is sort of a quote-unquote uncensored version of the roast, and this is because the implication that Lindsay was saying something so vulgar to Heather that it had to be censored for several seconds was a bit too suggestive for Cartoon Network, so they redubbed the scene with Lindsay just saying a bunch of mean but still completely safe to say on TV stuff. It's a pretty weird dub and really clunky. We don't actually know what Lindsay was supposed to say, but it's worth noting that right when she starts talking, her mouth movements bear a striking resemblance to the mouth movements you'd make if you called someone a fucking bitch. Pakuto characters are recycled from Mike's personalities. No, I don't think so. The only similarity between any of Mike's personalities and any Pakuto characters is the similarity between Jasmine and Manitoba Smith, given that they're both supposed to be Australian. That's all I can really think of. The only other vague similarity is Mal and Max, but they're evil in very different ways. Either this is a joke theory or just kind of a bad one. Heather's plot armor. Heather gets away with a lot of shenanigans in Total Drama Island. Like, she makes it so far into the game despite her entire team hating her, even after losing her alliance. There are several times where she is a very reasonable person to be voted out by her competitors and teammates, and she always makes it. Justin's elimination was totally forced, and they never explained very well how she got Owen and Izzy to vote for him, and it would have probably been a hard scene to write. There's also the time she ruined Gwen and Trent's relationship by kissing Trent, and subsequently pissed literally everyone else off. And after all that, she just coincidentally won immunity, and she seemed to half expect it. Like, Heather, you realize that if you didn't win immunity, you would have totally been voted out? There's actually a theory that Heather had an under-the-table deal in-universe with the producers to be given good odds in the competition in exchange for stirring drama amongst the campers. It would explain quite a bit, especially that whole random immunity fiasco, but one hole I'd put into the theory is how she was expected to catch a bear in the animal trapping competition. Who knows, though? It's certainly fun to think about.
Damn.
Eva fandom. As far as I can tell, this is just a joke entry. Eva is not exactly a very popular character, and I doubt there are many people out there who have her as their favorite. I certainly don't dislike her or anything, but she hasn't done much in this show for her to really stand out in any significant way, and I think this is just on the iceberg as a joke. Every copy of Total Drama is personalized. Yeah, this final section is going to be a bit tongue-in-cheek. The every copy is personalized gag was popularized by the whole Super Mario 64 conspiracy theory meme, and the idea is that every copy of Super Mario 64 has differences from every other copy. The same theory is being applied to Total Drama. It's a cute gag, but it's not really meant to be taken seriously. I suppose there's a kernel of truth in it though, just because the show was so heavily changed and censored depending on the region it aired in, and there are a lot of minor differences that make two people's experiences with the show different. Some people had Owen win, some people had Gwen win, etc. The Ala Tyler video is canon. I can't believe I did research for this. So, the Ala Tyler video, named after the ship name for Alejandro and Tyler, seems to be a running joke on the Total Drama subreddit and stuff. But I couldn't really find many direct references to what it was. All I knew is that there was some weird video that was a big inside joke among Total Drama fans. I was honestly really curious what it could be, and I was pretty determined to find out. And I did, and I feel pretty dumb that I couldn't tell what it was going to be from the start. It's animated gay pornography. That's all it is. It also replicates the art and animation style and uses lines from the show to make it almost resemble an actual scene, which is why I think this humorous conspiracy theory exists. But it's not real, obviously. I suppose the novelty of a semi-official looking not safe for work animation floating around as a shock video is still funny in some circles. Which challenges can a human survive in real life? It's a pretty simple question. What challenges in Total Drama Island would actually be something you can reasonably survive? And I'm not going to answer for each one. Realistically, no one would have made it past the second episode, because a 1,000-foot dive into water will kill you. Total Drama Island is probably the least deadly season though, as a lot of the challenges are pretty safe. Dodgeball can be painful, but you're not going to die doing that. I'd wager that Total Drama Revenge of the Island is probably the deadliest season, just because of all the nuclear waste stuff. The campers are metahumans. Another joke theory. I don't even know what to say for this one. Most of the campers don't really display any real supernatural powers, except for Dawn, whom I mentioned earlier. So, yeah. Ella is real. Gee, I sure hope not. Ella in real life sounds like a handful. Thank God it's probably not true. Camp Wawanakwa is real. I actually ended up doing some research for this. Camp Wawanakwa is obviously a fictional location, but I wanted to find out if there was a clear lake or anything that the show is supposed to be based off of. The show says that Camp Wawanakwa is somewhere in Muskoka, Ontario, so I actually looked around on Google Maps and searched for a Lake Wawanakwa there, but it doesn't exist. So, yeah, it probably should be obvious, but Camp Wawanakwa is fictional, and the lake it exists in is fictional as well.
Place that is like it.
That's everything. Wow, thanks for watching all of this. It certainly ended up taking a lot more time than I expected. But, like Prince, I'm not much for cutting material. If you liked what you saw from me here...
That's Fado. Like the F of my guy, like the F of my guy. The fuck is that? SpongeBob. SpongeBob iceberg. This one. SpongeBob. Every sub-bending in Avatar? Sub-bending.
The idea of bending the four elements is nothing new to the Avatar fandom. But what about bending sub-elements? As we see throughout Avatar The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra, there are more than just the four core bending styles. This type of bending is called sub-bending, and it has to do with bending the elements that branch off of the four core elements: water, earth, fire, and air. You're watching Avatar Discussions, and this is everything we know about the sub-bending elements. As we know, the people of the Avatar universe were first given the bending abilities by the lion turtles they lived on. These lion turtles, along with the spirits and some animals, were the only true benders in the world, but they would pass the ability along to the people temporarily when they were in need. For example, Juan first gets firebending when he is going on a hunting trip with his townsmen, but never gives it back to the lion turtle. As a gift when Juan is banished, the lion turtle allows him to keep his fire in order to survive the spirit wilds. Over time, as people moved off of the lion turtles and onto the main ground, the lion turtles gave these humans the ability to bend the elements permanently. Thus began the origin of each bending element. Today we're going to look at each bending element and everything these benders can subbend. Starting with the first subbending ability we see in Avatar: The Last Airbender, healing. Waterbenders that can do this ability manipulate water for its healing abilities and use it to heal physical wounds. More skilled healers can heal not only wounds, but some spiritual issues as well. Basically, the bender uses the water to redirect the energy in and around the body. The effectiveness depends on the skill level of the bender. Some benders, like Katara, are so powerful that they can heal without any training at all. As we know, thanks to the Northern Water Tribes' sexist traditions, healing was originally a skill only female benders would learn. Over time, male healers came about, and it became the most common subbending element. However, healing has its limit, like how it can't heal things like Toph's blindness or Zuko's scars, and it can't heal internal injuries like the one Jet got in his battle with Long Feng. It can also be used to detect and find blocked chi paths. However, it cannot unblock chi unless you have spirit water. With spirit water, all of these issues are resolved, and anything is possible. Overall, I'd say healing would come in handy if you were traveling with the Avatar. Spirit bending, a variation of healing. As we see in Legend of Korra, spirit bending is used by surrounding a dark spirit with water to cleanse them of their darkness, allowing them to turn to light. This technique was created and developed by Unalaq, who taught it to Korra. This ability allows the bender to change a spirit's energy from negative to positive, or vice versa. According to Unalaq, this method could very well kill a person's soul, which we see later on when Unalaq uses this method on Korra. He's a pretty crappy uncle. He's definitely no Iroh.
Oh yeah, good point.
This bending, while effective on most spirits, does not work on spirit vines. It's literally impossible to get rid of those things. Plant bending. There isn't much to plant bending. It's an ability that doesn't need much training. Plant bending has to do with bending the water inside of a plant, or bending it out of the plant. This allows you to manipulate plants to your advantage, whether that be a shield or a weapon or a huge monster plant thing like we see in the Foggy Swamp Tribe. To round out the water subbending abilities, we have bloodbending. Bloodbending is a specialized subskill and a rare variant of waterbending that allows an extremely advanced waterbender to take hold of and manipulate the water in blood within someone. This technique is referred to as the highest level of waterbending, as well as the darkest, most powerful, and most feared of all bending techniques, and it is the only art known to endanger the user's mental state. The technique was discovered by a waterbender named Hama while she was detained in a prison designed by the Fire Nation, specifically to hold waterbenders. During her detainment, she concluded that all life contains water, and proceeded to develop the knowledge and skills of the art by practicing on elephant rats. The forms and styles used by bloodbenders resemble how a puppeteer controls a marionette. When waterbending uses flowing motions with the arms, bloodbending seems to require a more rigid and abrupt form of movement. Due to its extreme nature, only a handful of waterbenders have demonstrated the ability to bloodbend. The technique is deemed to be a dark art and is rarely used in combat by most waterbenders. The complexity and sophistication required to perform the art usually only allows for its use during a full moon, when a waterbender's power is at its apex. Only Yakone, Tarlok, and Amon have shown the ability of performing the art without the aid of the full moon. Being naturally talented and having trained vigorously, Yakone and Amon were capable of bloodbending without using their arms, also known as psychic bloodbending. Knowledge of the art eventually became known to the public, and the practice of bloodbending was outlawed due to the efforts of Katara following the formation of Republic City. Moving on to a more grounded element, Earth has several sub-elements of its own. The first one we're introduced to in both Avatar: The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra, seismic sense. Seismic sense is a subskill of earthbending that constitutes physical sense. This skill enables earthbenders to detect vibrations in the ground to perceive objects, people, and other aspects of their environment, essentially acting as sonar, but through earth and metal. We see Toph use this every day. She uses it in place of her eyesight, developing the skill at a young age. We also see later on that she taught the skill to both of her daughters, Lin and Suyin, in Legend of Korra. Sandbending is a very particular bending art. At its core, sandbending is a sub-element of earthbending that allows people to bend the sand around them. Sand itself is made up of small particles of rock, which earthbenders can manipulate. However, the granular structure of sand makes it difficult for average earthbenders to get the hang of. Unlike regular earth, sand is loose and flowing, requiring a smoother, more relaxed technique, making the art more like water and airbending than regular earthbending. On the topic of Toph, before her metal bending was thought of as impossible, she developed the skill to escape a metal box. Metal bending is a specialized subskill of earthbending that allows an earthbender to ferrokinetically bend processed metal. The technique was invented by Toph Beifong to escape from a metal cage in which she was captured and transported by Sin Fu and Master Yu. Since metal is merely earth that has been purified and refined, Toph used her seismic sense to perceive the trace amounts of unpurified crude earth still present in the metal, target it, and use it to bend the purified metal itself. Metal benders can also bend liquid metals, such as mercury, though utilize more fluid movements to do so, akin to water bending. It is also possible to bend liquid metal inside someone's body. Finally, the last earthbending sub-element is lava bending. Lava bending is a specialized subskill of earthbending that allows the bender to manipulate molten earth. This rare ability allows the bender to phase change earth into lava, lava into earth, and otherwise manipulate existing lava with great dexterity. Lava bending is extremely rare. We first see Ghazan in Legend of Korra, until later on when Bolin learns that he too can lava bend. Moving on to the next element, once a skill thought to only belong to the royal family, by Avatar Korra's time, lightning bending was the most popular sub-bending skill. Lightning generation is an advanced subskill within firebending that allows the user to produce lightning by separating the positive and negative energies internally, before directing it up through the arm and out of the fingertips. The technique is extremely precise and deadly, and is referred to by some as the cold-blooded fire. We see Mako use this throughout Legend of Korra. Also related to lightning bending, lightning redirection allows the bender to redirect lightning by allowing the energy to use their body as a host, and guide it in another direction. Moving on to combustion bending has to do with focusing all of your chi into one attack. As we see, combustion benders have to reel back and focus on their target before shooting. And while there is no confirmed explanation as to how combustion works, many fans speculate that combustors focus all of their energy through a focused mind, which allows them to center their fire and make it combust. But let's be honest, the only real question about combustion bending is, whose is better? Sparky Sparky Boom Man or Sparky Sparky Boom Woman, Pili. All of the other elements seem to have a plethora of sub-bending abilities, but air seems to be singularly focused. There is, however, two abilities that you could consider airbending sub-techniques. Flying is one of the hardest sub-skills to master. As Zahir says, in order to fly, you have to let go of your earthly tether and achieve true freedom. The skill was founded by Guru Lahima. Only one person other than Lahima himself has been able to achieve it, and that's Zahir. Nobody is really sure how flying works, just that there is no physical bending being done. You just fly like Superman. Lastly, spiritual projection. Spiritual projection is a specialized airbending technique that consists of projecting one spirit out of the body to travel to another location. Through projection, an airbender is able to explore places that would otherwise be physically inaccessible, such as moving around freely underwater, or to sealed locations, by passing through solid matter, while also being capable of talking normally with other people. Furthermore, airbenders can use this technique to find individuals with whom they have a strong bond by focusing on their spiritual energy. It is a very advanced technique that requires a strong spiritual connection. The idea of sub-bending is huge, and one of the more favored parts in Avatar lore. Only the most powerful of benders can achieve these rare abilities, which allows fans to differentiate the regular benders from the more powerful ones. That's it. Everything we know about the sub-bending elements. There's always more to learn about sub-bending, so
I forgot about the spiritual one. What other one? I know about the metal one, the flying. Most of them I knew about except the
let us know if we missed anything in the comments.
Damn. 5. Oh, then the sand bending. I forgot about the sand bending shit. 7.
So if you're not familiar with these
Stop. Gotta change. should I switch it actually? I'll do. Okay, man. What else? Oh, it was an infographic one.
A man.
Real quick. What was it? Was this one?
It's the beginning of October 2022. A young American man is doing something spectacularly unusual. He is actually reading a newspaper. So what does he learn from this mysterious object of yore? Well, it's Jimmy Carter's 98th birthday. The US and Venezuela just did a prisoner swap, and it's the 5-year anniversary of the deadliest mass shooting in US modern history. But the story that gets his attention is headlined, "Ukraine has been turned into a giant scrap heap of Russian tanks." What's going on? What's been going on? That's what we'll find out today. It's true, if you went to certain areas of Ukraine right now, you'd find what look like graveyards for Russian tanks. The tanks, usually looking like they're well past their prime, are everywhere. You can see photos of them in the background as Ukrainians go about their normal day.
They just got tanks around like it's motherfucking a junkyard. Niggas just got tanks like it's nothing. What?
Take, for example, the town of Izium in the Kharkiv Oblast province in eastern Ukraine. This place used to look majestic. These days, if you walk through parts of Izium, the word that would spring to mind is apocalypse. It was liberated in September 2022, but not before 5 months of fighting. When the Russians were there, they spent some of their time interrogating, torturing, and killing residents. One of them, who survived, later said he was interrogated and shocked by one of those old Soviet military field telephones. Another witness said Russians wore masks and tortured civilians with bare electric wires. Mass graves were later dug up, with the Western media saying this was now a pattern of Russian occupation. We only know this, of course, because the Russians left in a hurry. They didn't just retreat, but they left all kinds of things behind, including quite a lot of tanks, some bashed up, some just abandoned. The Washington Post wrote, Ukrainian troops have documented war machines in various states, from combat-ready tanks to vehicles in need of repair. In some cases, Ukrainian forces have obliterated Russian weapons, leaving smoldering vehicles to be discovered by the advancing forces. In one of the videos, you can actually hear a Ukrainian talking about the Russian tanks as if they were the bounty of school kids' stolen candy. One of the soldiers says, "You and I get a tank. We all get a tank each." This was just one town. If you were to visit the town of Liman in the Donbas region, you'd see something similar.
A Call of Duty match. This look like some shit from Modern Warfare 3.
You'd find tanks all over the place, some of which have been damaged, but some that were abandoned in decent shape. What a gift that is to the Ukrainians. We'll come to the value of such tanks a bit later. One media report said the aftermath of the Russian retreat was a macabre scene. Bodies of Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were strewn all over the streets. A Ukrainian resident told the Ukrainian soldier, "The smell is unbearable. Stray dogs have already eaten 2 of them. When are you coming to pick up these dead bodies?" She might have also asked, "When are you going to take all those damn tanks away?" The retreat was described as embarrassing for Putin. Not only had the Russian army lost a lot of young men, but again, the Russians had lost a lot of very expensive machinery too. The Guardian wrote, video showed burned out vehicles, personal belongings, and dead soldiers strewn across a forest road. Ukrainian forces recovered at least 1 T-72 tank, which had suffered minor damage. Carnage everywhere, dead people lying in the streets, families found dead in their cars, and a great big pileup of heavy-duty military weapons. You can read a news story similar to this relating to a number of places. Earlier in the year, news reports suggested that Russia was losing about 5 tanks daily. Then things got much worse for Russia when Ukraine began its counteroffensives in the east later in the year. The number of tank losses was then reported to be in the region of 10 tanks a day. These were T-72s, T-80s, and T-90s. Some of the T-62s that were destroyed or captured date back to the 70s, possibly even the 60s. Sure, the Ukrainians have lost a good number of their own tanks, but not anywhere near as many as the Russians. According to various sources in the Western media, The Russian media, of course, might put a different spin on things. No doubt both sides don't mind tweaking the numbers, that's war. But these tanks are proof that Russia has done extremely badly in the tank department. 10 tanks a day adds up to a lot. In October, Forbes wrote that total tank losses for Russia stood at 1,392, with 801 of them destroyed and the others still being repairable. We found a report from a Ukrainian source that said the Russian tank losses were more like 2,573, although that story was published 2 weeks later. Other reports stated that some of the abandoned tanks were in tip-top condition and still of service because Ukrainian ammo could be used with them. Some were burned and busted with Russian soldiers still inside them, usually 3 of them. 6% of all Russian casualties in the war have been tank crews, according to one analyst. It must be a horrible way to die, being burned alive in a metal box. But it seems it's not out of the realm of possibility for a Russian soldier. Bear that in mind as we go on with the show. According to the website Global Firepower, Russia has a stock of 12,420 tanks and 30,122 armored vehicles. These numbers are for 2022, although we aren't sure if Global Firepower keeps updating the website since there are daily losses. Still, about 10,000 of the Russian tanks are in storage. For the ones being used, as you know, some are old, but some of them are modern iterations of the very able T-90. Now, we must ask why so many Russian tanks are decorating parts of Ukraine. If you were to ask an analyst, they might tell you it's complicated. They'll tell you that it's more than Russian tanks being obsolete in the battlefield. Let us explain. According to experts watching the war unfold, Russia has lost 237 T-72B3 tanks and hundreds more other iterations of T-72s that date back decades. The country has lost in the region of 170 T-80s, which were around the 1970s and were last built in 2001. So, yes, we have some pretty old tanks there, but there is more to the losses than many of the tanks perhaps.
How long these tanks be like? Is it like a timeline of like 20 years or some shit that they can last? Like how you just leaving some tanks that you have from 20 years ago? That's like, you know what I'm saying, having a car like from 20 years ago, 2002 car or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like just getting rid of that is a little insane, you know?
Not being modern enough for battle. The truth is, Russia has been using these tanks when they weren't needed, or they deployed them clumsily. A military analyst based in the UK explained, tanks are supposed to fight as part of combined formations, but in terms of how they've been tactically used, Russia hasn't done that effectively. You see,
they just saying, fuck it, throw all the tanks out there. Just put all the tanks out there. Fuck it, we'll figure it out. Like,
tanks should be usually arriving on the battlefront when there is infantry and artillery close by to support them. Otherwise, close-range anti-tank missiles will take the tanks out easily. The best-case scenario for Russian tank crews? The Ukrainian anti-tank weapons and the people firing them would be destroyed or at least repulsed. This hasn't been happening anywhere near as often as Russian tank crews would like. We should also look at the billions of dollars the US and other countries are sending to Ukraine. A lot of the military aid consists of weapons that can easily destroy tanks, sometimes from a great distance, such as the US-guided multiple-launch rocket systems. In September, the New York Times wrote that these have already helped deplete Russian tank numbers. But these
gotta stop the video. Where's is it on? Gaming.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the 2022 Game Awards opening act. It's like, it's like DLC that you play before you play vanilla. We've got exclusive content, awards, world premieres, side quests, and our own exclusive soundtrack. Kidding on the soundtrack. I don't know how to write music. I'm Sydney Goodman, and I am live at the Microsoft Theater here for gaming's biggest night. We are streaming around the world to millions, and our big show starts so soon, where we will honor the best gaming has to offer, with new looks at upcoming games like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, music performances, and so much more. But if you're a diehard who's already tuned in, here's your legendary reward of a first look at what's next for Dead Cells. Back in 2018, they won at the Game Awards, so let's check out what they've got going on next. So good. And what better way to segue into our first award of the night for Best Mobile Game? These games stay with you long after you've finished them, literally, unless you delete them off your phone. Here are your nominees. Apex Legends Mobile, Diablo Immortal, Genshin Impact, Marvel Snap, and Tower of Fantasy. And the Game Award goes to Marvel Snap.
Oh my gosh! Ah! Oh my gosh! Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you to Marvel for taking an incredible chance on us. Thank you to our publisher, Newverse. Thank you to the incredible community of Marvel Snap players around the world. You know, we were here like 8 years ago for Hearthstone, and this one hits super different. It's wild. Starting a new company is scary, and we wanted to thank all the incredible other startups in our area who have been so welcoming to us. It's been incredible, and for real, thank you so much to Second Dinner. We did it, y'all. We did it. Thank you so much.
Huge congratulations to Marvel Snap. And heads up, this year we're partnering with Discord, and you can head to the Game Awards Discord server to discuss tonight's show and even watch together. Yeah. And now, buckle up for 3 world premieres in a row. Ooh. First is a game that is up for Best Debut Indie, and now it's headed to a whole new platform. This is Vampire Survivors.
Do you folks have phones? The original Vampire Survivors is out now on mobile. The full game for free for real. Please be excited. Available now for iOS and Android. Stop doing drugs. Be the bullet hell. Oh yeah.
(1917). The Great War rages on. 2 brothers fight to survive the trenches, alongside other valiant hearts, desperate to find their way home.
Fighting. Dying. Returning.
That's right, Returnal, which won last year at the Game Awards, is coming to PC in early 2023. And all I can say is, I love that I'm actually getting paid to watch these right now. I cannot wait for these games to come out. If we're being honest, I've been doing way too much socializing with real humans and spending way too much time in nature lately. Enough of that. Okay, so we are going to take a super quick break, but there is plenty more opening act after we check in with gaming icon Ninja, who is going to show us a new way to game with Xbox and Samsung.
I'm here in my living room to show you a whole new way to play Xbox.
Let me just finish this. Might as well.
These are for long-distance warfare. The U.S. also supplies some arms to Ukraine used for close-quarters combat, including various anti-tank systems. The weapons sent from the U.S. include hundreds of Javelin anti-armor systems, each costing about $250,000. These weapons hit the tanks from above where they're the weakest. They've been working out so far for Ukraine. The media reported the U.S. has sent over to Ukraine 1,500 units of tube-launched optically tracked wire-guided or TOW anti-tank missiles. Along with those, plus the Javelins, the UK added a bunch of new-generation light anti-tank weapons. These short-range weapons can be easily transported on light armored vehicles, and the US has sent millions of dollars worth of those over in its $54 billion package. So in terms of weapons, Ukraine right now is getting a lot of assistance. So, you have old tanks, sometimes traveling without enough support, going up against some of the most formidable anti-tank weaponry there is. Is it any wonder those Russian soldiers are leaving their tanks at the side of the street and running for their lives? All they really want in life is someone to love and friends to share the odd drink with. Being incinerated is hardly their ambition. This is important. The mental aspect, that is. This isn't the 1940s. Soldiers are not like they used to be, and their commanders are not anywhere near as brutal. Sacrificing oneself for your country seems like a raw deal these days. Although, it has to be said, back in the day, many Red Army soldiers hated Stalin, and so weren't overly keen on fighting for him. Some are feeling that way now because, as we said, times have changed. Plus, some young men don't see Ukraine as a threat. Not a threat like the Nazis were. Some of them are more than willing to give up a hunk of their metal rather than be burned inside it. Some feel like they're being ordered around by idiots, pretty much sent to their deaths. As we said, the Russian war plan hasn't so far been great. Many news services are reporting about Russians who are no longer willing to fight. One of them told the BBC in May, "I don't want to go back to Ukraine and kill and be killed." He explained, "We were like blind kittens. I'm shocked by our army. It wouldn't cost much to equip us. Why wasn't it done?" He said so often they were told to move forward without any previous reconnaissance and with no protection. He makes a good point. Many people have commented on how atrocious Russian strategic efforts have been. This year, the longtime political activist, among many things, Noam Chomsky, talked about the utter incompetence of the Russian military. He's not alone in saying that. Scores of Russian soldiers who've been to the front line won't go back, and some who are there now are not willing to die. Some of them have seen traffic jams of tanks on roads when they were easily picked off by US and UK-made shoulder-fired anti-tank weapons. A Russian tank crew named Alexei was there for one such attack, later explaining everyone in the crew was shell-shocked. They had no idea what had hit them. This sounds like shooting fish in a barrel. What you have is inexperienced young men taking orders that even to them don't seem rational, moving around in old tanks against some of the best anti-tank weapons in the world. It used to be that tanks were the best things for taking out tanks, but now these lightweight weapons seem to be able to do the job, and Ukraine is being sent them all the time. The Moscow Times wrote that some of the tanks that date back to the 60s have been fitted with makeshift cages on the tops. It's hardly what you'd call modern armor. The tank crews have also tried putting sandbags and pine logs on top of their tanks, but this won't help their chances of survival in any significant way. This is why some people say the tank age is over. They say tanks these days are just too vulnerable. Still, maybe this just applies to the old tanks. Even so, old and new tanks should be protected with explosive reactive armor, or ERA, which does what it sounds like it would do. There's also active armor, which can sense incoming missiles and intercept them before they get to the tank. Why can't Russian tanks employ these features to defend themselves against missiles then? By the look of the battlefield, you'd think these tanks would struggle to react to an incoming Tortoise. Even so, Russia has been a world leader in tank technology and armor technology. So why are its tanks being taken out so easily? Even though Russia has the know-how to stop it from happening. One analyst had this to say about that. The heavy attrition of Russian main battle tanks in Ukraine is highly likely partially due to Russia's failure to fit and properly employ adequate explosive reactive armor. It is highly likely that many Russian tank crews lack the training to maintain the ERA, leading to either poor fitting of the explosive elements of it or being left off entirely. So, this is more a human failure than it is a hardware failure, but it's more likely a bit of both. It might be down to money. Can Russia afford to protect its tanks the way they should be protected? Half the world is helping Ukraine in this war, and almost no one is helping Russia. Over $100 billion has been sent to aid Ukraine in total. The amount of weapons in those aid packages is staggering. Way too many to list here. But be assured, the Western arms industry and its shareholders are having around-the-clock parties with by-the-minute champagne toasts, just as Russian soldiers are being cooked alive by their weapons because no country is sending aid to Russia. But there's more. If you look at the video footage of Russian tanks being blown up, or if you take a close look at the dumped tanks, many of them have ERAs. Some don't, but that's probably because Ukrainians had already stripped them down. What does this mean? Well, firstly, there are various types of an ERA. Some are better than others. Also, ERA will help, but a strike can still be catastrophic. A missile can still lead to a deadly pop-top, which means the turret is blown off. The sad fact is, for Russian soldiers, their armor is less effective than it should be. 8 times less effective than a NATO tank, according to one expert. This means that the catastrophic kill rate in Russian tanks, especially the older ones, is really high. With the older tanks, it's more than just poor ERA or poor ERA management, but the tank's other attributes that are less than desirable. But as we said, it's more than just hardware. If you ask any analyst right now who knows this war inside and out, they'll also tell you that crappy tactics and appalling morale among troops count for a lot when it comes to that deathly landscape of fallen tanks in Ukraine. As for substandard tactics, Russian tanks often do a follow-the-leader movement, and that has been leading to bunch-ups, the fish-in-a-barrel formation. We made that formation up, of course, but you know what we mean. On top of that, as we said, you have lackluster coordination with infantry and artillery, which is just asking for trouble. Russia has done this time and again. Their tanks have been huddled up, left out in the open like blind mice among well-armed pigeons, and the majority of time they haven't even had the slightest bit of camouflage. The era of the tank may not be nigh, but if you think Russia has the time and money to redesign tanks to make them less vulnerable, you'd likely be wrong. Still, Hitler did once underestimate Russia's weapon-building prowess. Right now, the worst job in the world has to be a Russian tank crew. Now you need to watch why life inside a tank sucks.
Listen, I don't need to watch a whole video. I already know why it sucks.
And now, so many world premieres and only a little bit more time. Let's get right to 3 more, starting with a look at something new in the Horizon world, which is up for Game of the Year. Horizon also won an award as part of the Game Maker's Sketchbook, which celebrates great video game art. Here's a new look at the PSVR 2 game, Call of the Mountain. Very intrigued by Viewfinder. I'm getting Portal vibes from this for sure. Use the hashtag GameNight to celebrate gaming's biggest moments. We'll be back with lots more, including Street Fighter 6 coming up.
Bring us here? How far will you go?
I gotta focus up on this one. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Hi everybody, Reese Davis with you, bringing you the EA Sports NCAA Football 14 pregame show presented by Nissan. Innovation that excites. Auburn has completed the Tiger Walk and made their way into the stadium. And the Eagle has been soaring around the crowd and whipped this group into a frenzy. And the Tigers hoping to defend their turf at Jordan-Hare. That's going to do it for us here on the pregame show. NCAA Football 14 action coming at you right now. Brett Nessler and Kirk Herbstreit.
Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, Alabama. We're in the heart of the South where college football is king. Florida Atlantic tees up the ball as we get ready for the opening kickoff. He just drills this one. He's to the 20. And he's taken down at the 26-yard line.
The Tigers know that they can give this guy the ball, Kirk, 25, 30 times a game, and that's great. And if it's working, that's perfect. But also, as a defensive team, you look at him and you go, we worry about him too much. We could get burned somewhere else.
Well, the defensive coaches told us this week the first thing that they have to do is stop this running game. And when you're convinced that you have to stop the running game, you leave your defensive backs, especially your corners, isolated one-on-one in coverage. And if they're smart, they'll try to take advantage of that and try to make some big plays in the passing game, maybe early, and then go back to old reliable, and that's running the football.
From their own 30-yard line. Second down. He's knocked out of bounds at the 42-yard line. They go with the option and pick up the first down.
Yeah, and that was a situation where the quarterback knew he could pick up the first down if he kept it himself. That's a good decision.
They'll bring him down around the 50-yard line.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
It's second down, and they're about 2 yards away from the sticks.
Here we go, O. Here we go, O. Run the mic. Watch one.
He is drilled at the 43. It was the safety who came from the secondary who made the sack.
Man, this is an aggressive defense. Another blitz, and again, it works out. They send guys from everywhere to get to this quarterback.
And he's taken down around the 48-yard line.
It's a smart job here by the coaches, making a play call here that really played to their offensive strengths. That's knowing your personnel.
From the 48-yard line, first down. Takes it up the middle for a nice run.
That brings up 2nd and
5. He scrambled. They bring him down.
Sometimes it's just a relentless pass rush that results in a sack. That's what happened there.
Here's 3rd and 11. Ball on the 49. He's got to throw it in a hurry. That's a great tackle at the 45-yard line.
The smart quarterbacks and offensive linemen have a really unique relationship. A quarterback should take care of his offensive lineman. But after that play and that hit, you really got to be wondering what kind of relationship this quarterback and his offensive lineman have after that.
Chapman is waiting for the snap. Booming kick. This one will go into the end zone, and they'll bring it out to the 20. The quarterback leads the team out on the field for the first drive. And they get nice yardage on that run.
That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
2nd down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down. And they push him out around the 39-yard line.
Maybe after a nice run like that, you try to go up in the air with a play-action pass.
Tosses out to the tailback on the screen. And down he goes at about the 45.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
So it's 2nd down now, and they need about 4 yards to pick up the first. He's got an opening. Slides down to the ground. So he keeps it, and he gets a big first down.
The quarterback made a very good decision here not to pitch. He saw a break in the defense and just hit it for a big gain.
He's taken down at about the 35, and that's their 3rd first down of the drive.
The defense needs to figure out a way to stop them, or else they're going to have no problem putting points on the board.
From the 35-yard line, first down. Takes a handoff, tackled for a loss.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
That's fine. They gonna start over this fight.
Man left, man left. Pull down, pull down.
We've played one quarter. This one's scoreless. And we're ready for more football here in quarter number 2.
Mike 40, Mike 40. Ready? 395.
He's on the run, and he's level at the 39-yard line. Stays in bounds and made a nice catch.
Not a real fancy play here, just a smartly run route. Good protection and a well-placed ball. Most times, you don't need much more than that.
But thank you. What? Let's go, man.
From the 24-yard line, it's first down. He's taken down behind the line. The lineman had a big push there to get in the backfield and bring him down.
And once he gets moving, there's no stopping him. This guy is so big and strong that he's almost impossible to block with one guy.
This is the 10th play of this drive. Looks to the back and can't connect.
Well, this running back has great speed, and he can run the football very effectively. But the coaches have told us the one area that they've really worked with him is his hands, being able to catch the ball out of the backfield. Here he gets hit, but he's got to be able to hold on to the ball.
Third down again. Offense lines up in a 5-wide set, and the defense anticipating pass here. Dangerous throw. This one's picked off.
This quarterback better start making better decisions in the passing game. Otherwise, this corner will come up with even more picks in the future.
From their own 6-yard line. First down.
Yo!
Nice run to the outside.
Still flying the fuck out of y'all.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Oh my God, bruh.
Tight right. 4 down. Here we go.
Here's the handoff, and he's taken down for a loss. Picked up a yard of anything on that run.
That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
So it's 3rd down now, and they're going to need about 4.
Check. Mike 1. Let's go. Flag 98.
He's wrapped up for the sack.
Yes, sir.
Losses
Defense doing their physical.
That makes it 4th and 12.
Dangerous area to punt out of here. Let's see if they bring the heat. They get this one off, and it's a beauty. Sheds one tackler. He's tackled at the 40.
Let's see what this man talking about.
With the fans and to have the entire industry with us here tonight. I love it. Such great energy. I want to say hello to all the nominees. Mr. Miyazaki, great to have you here, nominated for Game of the Year tonight, which is great.
Who all got winning Game of the Year?
Kratos himself, Christopher Judge, is in the house. Man Engage, incredible in immortality. Welcome to the Game Awards.
I wish I would have played Elden Ring, but I didn't.
And of course, we have Phil Spencer from Xbox with us. Welcome, Phil.
I definitely would have played Elden Ring if I had my PC.
Doug Bowser from Nintendo. You saw him accepting an award already in the opening act. And lots more awards to come. And of course, last year's Game of the Year winner, Joseph Fares, is back. Good to see you, Joe. Everyone's here. Look, even Animal is here, guys. Can't take him anywhere. I should have booked Kermit. All right, well, welcome to all the nominees and to all of you watching live around the world. Thank you for being a part of this community. Tonight, we are going to honor the best games of the year and show you what's next with an absolutely incredible world premiere lineup, including the first ever look at the gameplay of Star Wars Jedi Survivor from Respawn, an update on Final Fantasy XVI, the first ever clip from the Super Mario Brothers movie, and many, many new game announcements and surprises. Trust me, we've got a lot of things, no leaks. We're very excited about what we're about to share with you guys. Now, though, it's time for our first award. To present it, I am so honored to welcome one of the great actors of our generation or any other. He's a two-time Tony winner, a two-time Emmy winner, and an Academy Award winner. Please join me in welcoming to the Game Awards, Al Pacino.
So cool. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's really good to see you here. This is an experience for me. One I didn't expect, but here I am, as usual, doing my surprising thing to myself. But anyway, I may come as it may come as a shock to you, but it's hard for me to see the teleprompter. But anyway, in truth, I don't play a whole lot of video games, but I do have, however, spent a lot of time watching my kids play them. Yeah. And I've continued to be thoroughly impressed and entertained by the unique and immersive ways video games tell their stories. And especially naturally by the performers who help tell these stories. Because as an actor, I've learned that whether you're on a stage or in front of a camera or inside an audio booth, always, fundamentally, always, we're the same. We are all trying to tell a story in our way, with our kind of truth. And I am honored to be here tonight to celebrate the achievements of these incredibly talented actors who, by breathing life into these stories, have helped elevate the medium of video games to a new height. And now, the nominees for the best performance of the year are
Best performance.
I have to find a way to fix it all. And the answer is somewhere out in the Forbidden West. Everything was so nice and quiet. Go to hell!
And still I follow. Dad's gonna have me do what's necessary.
I don't find boys have much to say for themselves. You don't scare me.
I can't talk about it. But you don't believe in any of it. Who's keeping you safe?
Best performance. I'm working out now. This is heavy. Finally, I didn't work out today, so I'm doing. You don't mind, do you, if I do a little each? The best performance winner, Christopher Judge. For God of War Ragnarok.
Shit. Now I see why I couldn't get more than a +1. Thank you to the Game Awards. First of all, I have to thank my mama. Whose belief that I would amount to something good would never waver, even though it looked like I'd never amount to anything good. My brother, who's my hero, at 40, changed his life, went to medical school, and is now Dr. Judge. My children. Who I am forever proud of, forever thankful of, and still the best role I've ever had is being your dad. Sony Santa Monica. Miss Yumi Yang, it is an honor and a pleasure to work for you and with you. You are a unicorn because you actually proved that for the first time ever, the trickle-down theory actually worked. Cory Barlog, thank you, brother. Thank you for believing in me, and thank you for having me read for the role. I was the last actor in California to read for it. And Cory said to me he didn't think I would do it. And if I had known it was a video game back then, I might not have. Boy, how things have changed. Matt, Rich, Dory, Bruno, Erica, B, everyone who made that volume so special and so sacred. Everyone at every level, be it designer, be it whatever it was, who worked under extraordinary conditions to get this game out. Mr. Eric Williams. I think it's kind of common knowledge that we were honored to go to Tribeca after 2018. And when Corey took me outside and said he wouldn't be directing the next one, I literally did quit. I quit. And he said, "No, I vouch for Eric." And I said, "Eric Williams better be a beast." Eric Williams is a motherfucking beast. I relate to Corey on kind of an artistic level, a level of that side of me. Eric Williams and I are from such the same place, two different parts of the country, two different upbringings, but two from a very similar emotional place. And I'll never forget, I guess I can't say what it was, but it was something that moved me so deeply. And there's a time frame that cinematics have to fit into. Hopefully not speeches. And I couldn't reel it in. And Eric came over to me. And he just hugged me and just held me as I was sobbing. And then he said words I will never forget. "Okay, big guy, now give us one we can use." To this amazing, wonderful group of actors, who brought as much or more than I did every single day. I mean, we were in there, and the bravery of this group of actors to share their heartache, their loves, their lost loves, their loneliness. I am so grateful and thankful that I got to spend all those days in that volume with you. This is for all of us. Sonny, I wasn't lying, I voted for you. Your work was astounding. You're the future of this. Just never forget the two things I hopefully gave you. Hire me, don't be a douchebag. To every single person in this room, no matter what game it was you touched, you are heroes because you got so many people in the world through a very difficult, dark time that's still not over. Games and the gaming community means so much to this world, so much in the course of dreams and escapism and just being better. Thank you. Thank you to the wrestling nominees. Have a great night. And I met Al Pacino.
It's our turn to be like, hey, it's time to wrap it up, B. It's time to wrap it up, B. All right.
Great moment, Chris Judge. I think he was trying to give away a few extra Steam Decks as well. All right, it's time to get the announcements rolling here at the Game Awards. Tonight, many of the world's top studios are here at the Game Awards to give you a glimpse at the exciting future of video games in 2023 and beyond. Our first world premiere comes from a small but highly acclaimed studio that needs no introduction at this point and whose last game earned multiple awards here at TGA. I'm very excited to share the global announcement of their next project. Here we go.
Good. Not good enough. We can but learn. And the greatest teacher is out there. Now go. Death to Kronos.
Death to Kronos.
This is an opportunity for you to make a better future for us all. At least I can do
We'll have to see now how the offense responds this time after throwing a pick on their last drive.
Giving the ball away can rattle your confidence, but he just needs to relax and not try to force it. He's starting off in great field position now.
Can I watch right there?
From the 36-yard line, it's second down.
Vengeance, Spirit family awaits you.
And he's taken down at the 34-yard line.
Wait for me, Father. I'll be this.
Listen to this place.
Trust me, we're just getting started. Hades 2 is the next game and first ever sequel
He's
now
on
in
the run,
development at Supergiant.
and they get the sack. They get to the quarterback and end that play before it even got started.
This young man didn't even have a chance to make something happen. It's tough to find your receivers when the defense is in your...
Next, I'm so excited about this one. We're taking a journey to an exciting new world with a world premiere from a studio led by someone with a legacy of building incredible narrative-driven games and creating genre-defining experiences. It's moments like this that get me excited about the future of our medium.
The ship is dying. And my only way out of here is with one of them.
I was heading to that distant shore. Fever, Johnny, fever. As the military in the ocean and time for us. Fever, Johnny, fever. Oh, fever, Johnny, fever.
People say I have this coming. And you know what? They're right.
surprises tonight. That was a first look at Judas coming from Ghost Story Games, led by Ken Levine, who has created immersive gaming worlds like Rapture and Columbia. A few months ago, I visited the studio in Boston and played multiple hours of this game, and let me tell you, everything you saw there is in-engine. Ghost Story Games is also exploring different approaches to narrative that you will learn about in the future. Let me just say, I can't wait for them to tell you more. Didn't that look fantastic?
The Owls had one of their key players go down earlier, but it looks like...
All right, well, let's go to another brand new game announcement for the fans here at the Game Awards.
Tackle around the 29-yard line.
Oh shit, why that bitch look like that?
Cereza, you must never enter that forest. You would soon become a snag for one of the fairies who live there.
How could a dank old forest be that scary a place anyway? Oh! There must have been a rabbit or something. Right, Cheshire?
We've got a 1st and 10. All the 29. The Owls will use their first time out of the half.
Dearest Cereza.
Mummy? Don't worry, I'll send you home.
They come out in a goal line set.
Avalon Forest.
Got his man. Can't tack on any yardage.
I need to be strong.
Second and 3.
I will give you the power to save your mother.
Quick throw. Tackle made at the 7.
You know, having a playmaker at tight end makes those linebackers think twice before they make a move. That could be just enough time for the quarterback.
They're packed in tight on the line. He's under pressure, and they make the stop at the 1. Florida Atlantic will take their second time out of the half.
That's right.
From the 1 yard line.
Bayonetta 3,
Second
it won't
down.
be long until you get to play this brand new action-adventure game in the Bayonetta series on March the 17th. All right, there are lots more new game announcements.
2-yard loss for the halfback.
But tonight you also have a shot at some cool free stuff just for watching the Game Awards. On Steam, Valve is giving away a Steam Deck every
These
minute
fans
to
are
enjoy the
showing
show.
you why teams hate to come here, folks.
Slowly, like I should start talking a little quicker to speak. I'm so glad that he won that
And
award.
down he goes,
But
just
seriously,
outside
Steam
the
Deck
goal
is
line.
incredible.
The Owls, they're
You
going to
can
have to
watch
call
on
their third and final
Steam.tv.
timeout.
We also have Twitch viewer rewards. Watch 60
They'll line
minutes
up for the
of
field
show
goal,
tonight
and
on
this
our
is
Twitch
nothing
channel,
more than a
and
chip
you'll get
shot.
the limited edition
Florida
Jeff Keighley
Atlantic
Among
would
Us
take the
mask
lead with this field goal.
It also
Kicks
takes
away,
Gears
and
of
the
War
field goal is
costume,
good.
Fall Guys, and a full free game. Rogue Legacy
Defensive
on the Epic
dominance
Games Store
through
and
2
more.
quarters of play.
We'll be right
We go
back
to
with a
halftime.
spectacular performance
The
from
Owls
Hosier
lead,
and the
and
Game
we welcome
Awards
you back to the
Orchestra.
action here,
More
just
awards,
about set for the
announcements,
second
and
half.
yes, Animal
He sends
from
this
the
one deep.
Muppets will be back.
He's to the 20.
I remember being
And he's taken down at the 31-yard line.
Were here for me.
Seeing everyone in the Discord, this world of passion and grief, but in a positive light.
I have been through so much.
It's going to be interesting to see how the action shakes out in this series.
Video games can help people heal.
Florida Atlantic is up a field goal.
We love how you have
Up the middle for a nice game.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
From serving up sports at home to competing and cooperating in fresh ways.
It's second
Catching
down,
new
6 yards to go.
and vast
Ball on the 35-yard line.
So, what's next? More fun. From adorable adventures
big opening. He's at midfield. He's taken down around the 45-yard line.
And much, much more. When it comes to having fun, the sky's the limit.
Brought down around the 42-yard line.
See where the fun takes you in 2023.
From the 42-yard line, it's second down. They'll bring him down around the 39-yard line.
It's closing in. This dead moon is not done with me yet. Just one thing to do. Survive. San Francisco. The city by the bay is under siege by forces not of this world. We need new heroes. Fearless recruits. With the guts to
it's almost picked off.
Yeah, the quarterback's breathing a huge sigh of relief because he got away with throwing what should have been an interception.
So they're going to go for it here.
I got a few hits.
Florida Atlantic has a 3-point lead.
Behind you.
And he's hit immediately.
Really nice play by the receiver to make sure he had possession before trying to make even a bigger play. That's all you need to do in that scenario.
We're going to need a bigger trap.
Ghostbusters. Rise of the Ghost Lord. Coming in 2023.
Fires out to his receiver. He's tackled right around the 18-yard line.
One of my favorite parts of this show is
This is the
bringing
eighth play of
video
this
game
drive.
music to life on stage. Now to perform Blood Upon the Snow from tonight's most nominated game, God of War Ragnarok. Please welcome multiple platinum Grammy-nominated
Nice run, and he's
Hozier
brought down.
featuring Bear McCreary and the Game Awards Orchestra conducted by Lauren Bouth.
Second down and 7 coming up here. Ball on the 14-yard line. And they'll get him in the backfield.
If this offense keeps running at this guy, they're going to have to rethink some of their play calling.
From the 16-yard line. Third down. Looks middle, got his back. And he's tackled at about the 11. Florida Atlantic is up by 3. Kicks up, and it's through the uprights. Let's check in with Reese Davis in the studio.
The Mountaineers came into the game ranked 6th. After that performance, they're going to fall like Wile E. Coyote off a cliff. Well, look what's going on here. Just when you thought you had this game all figured out, the script gets flipped.
And down he goes at the 25. The Owls continue to get it done on the defensive side of the football field.
Yeah, they've done a good job of building this lead and almost determined here to protect it. Let's see if they can hold on here for the rest of the way.
This deficit can be easily overcome, sure. But they have to be thinking if they don't get something going on this series, the burden is going to be felt by their defense. And he tackles him hard at the 24-yard line. 2nd and 11 coming up now. Ball on the 24. Out of bounds, right around the 34. The 39-yard line. From their own 39-yard line. First down. He gets out to about the 42-yard line. 1 quarter to go, and this looks like it could come down to the very end. The Owls in front by 6. Well, this final few minutes is going to determine this one. Tight ball game. Action set to start here in the 4th quarter. Throws complete. He's hit right away. Third down again.
Wow, what an incredible performance. The Game Awards Orchestra, I'm grateful to have them back again, and it's sincerely a joy to hear the music from games we love.
Throws middle of the tight end. That's a great tackle at the 38. Nice looking play that time.
Well, the defense was blitzing here, and again, great recognition by the quarterback to find the hot receiver.
This year, a record-setting number of you voted 55 million for the Game Awards on our website, on Bilibili in China, and on our Discord server. You can head over to
Here comes the pressure. Going for it over the end zone. Missed it.
The defense does a nice job here of forcing the tight end close enough to the boundary.
The Knives Out Mystery, premiering December 23rd on Netflix. Please welcome Jessica Hennick.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but someone in this room is a murderer. Just kidding, we're just joking around. But also, statistically speaking, someone in this theater probably is a murderer. I'm sorry. Let's not think about that. Anyway, I don't want to spoil our film, but I can tell you that there is a very popular video game featured in it. And now, to give you some more clues, please welcome writer-director Rian Johnson and the star of Glass Onion, Daniel Craig.
Thank you, Jessica Hedgewick. And hello, Game Awards.
We're so excited for you to see our new film. We have a special scene in it for fans of a certain game. So we wanted to bring a little something to that game. That's you. That's Benoit Blanc. Look at him. This is adorable.
I mean, it's a nice scarf.
Like the cravat.
It's very, very nice, yeah.
And now, here are the nominees.
Best Debut Indie.
We're sinners plucked from hell to do God's dirty work, and I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
And the Game Award for Best Debut Indie goes to Stray.
Yeah, that'd be Stray. Game of the Year nominee.
Sorry, actually. Thank you so much. It's an incredible honor. On behalf of the whole team in Montpellier that is probably watching right now, hi guys. I want to thank everyone that was involved in making this game. It's really a work of love and passion, and all the talented members of our team put everything they have to make this game real. Thanks to everyone who has helped us along the way, our friends, families, partners, companions, dogs, cats, obviously, very important. Annapurna Interactive, you guys are amazing. You make dreams happen. Thank you so much. You've been with us the whole way through. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you to the players. We put such a big part of our lives making this game, so seeing people enjoy it and react to it is the best feeling in the world. So thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Congratulations, Stray, and now an exclusive first look at the gameplay from Lightfall, Destiny 2's next chapter, launching in February. Join your fellow Guardians to master the cosmic powers of the universe and cancel the apocalypse.
Where it's tough for him to have any spacing at all to be able to get a foot down to be able to make that reception.
From the 38-yard line, it's second down. They're going to pitch it, and he's taken down around the 38-yard line. And this is the 10th play of the drive. Got it. And he goes down quickly. It's fourth down, and they're going to try to go for it. Fires it out. Tackle at the 32-yard line. This is a pretty crucial series right here. With things being so tight, your best players have to step it up on both sides of the ball. Florida Atlantic is up by 6. Gets to around the 42. First and 10. Ball on the 42.
Keep looking. There.
All right, flash is clear. Keep your eyes on him, people. Somebody find the back entrance.
Best dirty movie I ever saw. Oh, crap!
This door will not hold. We must barricade it.
You stay here, pal.
See this? I spent a lot of time dreaming up how I was gonna kill you with it. You're mine now, and you're in for a world of...
Cut that nigga fingers off.
Ah, shit!
He alright? Wait, that nigga about to pass out. What's wrong with him?
Oh, hey guys! Oh, we were just having a little...
I say, shush. You hear that?
Hey, Bruce! Still using shadows to scare the crap out of us criminals, huh? Don't sweat it. Batman doesn't kill people. Are you okay?
This nigga evil now or something?
I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman.
I don't like that voice acting. I didn't like that. I am vengeance. I am Batman. I don't like that. That sounded too corny. I don't really like it, but it is what it is.
After 30 years as the iconic voice of Batman in the Arkham video games, Batman the Animated Series, and countless other DC projects, actor Kevin Conroy sadly passed away last month at the age of 66. He was such an iconic voice. He was so amazing in the Arkham games, and I know we're all going to miss him dearly. Well, tonight, we can share that he will return to Rocksteady's Arkhamverse one final time to play Batman in Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League when the game releases on May 26th of next year. We're going to miss you, Kevin. Now, as we think about the next phase of our industry, it's important to recognize those who represent the bright, bold, and inclusive future of gaming. That's why we have our Game Awards Future Class presented by Old Spice. And tonight, over 75 members of the class from the past 2 years are here in the audience. Hello, guys. And this week, we inducted the 2022 class of 50 new members. You can read about them at tgafutureclass.com. And right now, meet one of this year's new members, a chemist turned game dev at Innersloth, who also happens to be a street dancer.
I'm Mick Meunier. I'm the lead back-end programmer.
He's at midfield. Tackle made right around the 44-yard line.
I was looking at the movement of NPCs in video games and realized that we as
from the 44-yard line, it's first down. Just under 3 to go in regulation.
We have the ability to bend time and reality. It's really exciting. I think there's a lot of potential to bridge these two different workflows.
All right, chat, here we go.
Brought down after a nice run up the middle. Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down. About the 37-yard line. So he decides to hold on to it, and that's going nowhere. The Tigers will use their first time out of the half. It's third down, and they're about 2 yards shy of the sticks. The crowd at this stadium, always a factor in a football game.
But the Steelers spent 2 years recreating their own game.
And they're not going to get it. Great stop forward. Gains only 2 yards there on the delay. The Tigers use their second timeout.
Prepare your friends for a cute and relaxing Animal Crossing-like experience, and then brutally destroy them all. Devs claim this game will improve your relationship with friends.
So it's fourth down, and the offense is still on the field.
The Party Animals, an epic battle of the most epic animal characters, starring Royal Corgi, Orange Cat.
And they make the stop at the 32.
Huge first down right there by the offense, Brad. At this point, they're just trying to work the clock and preserve the victory.
An actual Royal Corgi, an actual Orange Cat, an actual Canada Goose.
Less than 2 minutes in the fourth quarter.
This is Sparta! Let's interview the game producer.
He's taken down at the 29. So they pick up 3 on the option keeper.
Join the epic battle taking place in some of the most epic places. Don't try these in the human world. A submarine destroying the world. A freezing cold
second
fighter
and
jet.
Ball on the 29.
A station where Keanu Reeves spot a dude wearing a suit. A f***ing black hole. Football. Trebuchet. Exploding basketball. While the game offers various modes to encourage different styles of gameplay, but we all know that the only thing that's truly interesting is to watch your friends lose their shit. Oh, I forgot. There are lots of weapons. All very
up the middle for a nice game.
John Wick really needs to learn how to use this. And the final and biggest feature of the game, butt scratching. Party Animals.
So it's third down, and they've got about 2 yards to go.
Coming 2023.
You expect this every time you're here, and you're never disappointed. This crowd is amazing. Gets out to about the 21. This is the 10th play of this drive. They go to the left for a nice game.
That's right. The Last of Us is officially coming to PC on March 3rd, and later in the show, the cast of The Last of Us show from HBO will be with us to present an award. But now, to present Best Adaptation, please welcome the host of TGA Opening Act, Sydney Goodman.
Gets rid of it quickly. And this one's all but wrapped up with the final score, 6-0, Owls.
Today, we're presenting a brand new award for Best Adaptation. This award celebrates when beloved characters and stories from gaming are lovingly transported to films and television. Here are the nominees.
Best Adaptation.
Imagining yourself a hero.
I have to try.
Don't make a name for yourself as a cyberpunk by how you live. Make a name by how you die.
What we need is a little fun and adventure.
Sonic meet Knuckles.
Return to sender. Oh, come on! What the hell are you doing? You just hit me with a ball!
And the Game Award for Best Adaptation goes to Arcane League of Legends.
Wow. I mean, it's an incredible honor to, be awarded by the video game community. We're gamers at heart who built this, and it's been a long, long journey getting here. Definitely like to thank Fortiche, his amazing animations you see in every Grateful show. Netflix has been a wonderful partner. Of course, Riot, for believing in us. Mark, Sean, and Brandon. It's been an incredible ride, and I can't thank you enough. So once again, thank you.
Congratulations, Arcane League of Legends. And speaking of adaptations, later we'll have the first clip from the new Super Mario Brothers animated movie. Can't wait to have that. Keegan-Michael Key will be with us. All right, now back to the games. Coming later in the show, we'll have an update on Final Fantasy 16, a new look at Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty expansion, and the first raw gameplay footage of Tekken 8. There's lots more Game Awards to come, and that means lots more Steam Decks to give away. But now it's time for the world premiere of a long-awaited game.
The Empire's most wanted.
A Jedi. Remind our friend here why his kind are supposed to be dead. Have this. Here we go. job, Custis. The Jedi is a threat. Not now that we have this.
As long as we fight. Hope survives.
The hero of Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Cameron Monaghan.
It's an incredible honor to wield this lightsaber again. And I think I can speak for everybody at Respawn, EA, and Lucasfilm when I say how incredibly excited we are to show our work on Jedi Survivor. I had the chance to play the game recently, and I can honestly say that this is one of the best Star Wars games of all time. And that's saying something. Yeah, I have no doubt that you'll feel the same way when you play it too. And I just gotta say that I am so incredibly lucky to be a part of this incredible project, and it's really something extraordinary. So, we'll see you all in a galaxy far, far away, March 17th. And until then, may the Force be with you.
Doesn't that gameplay look incredible? I can't wait to play Jedi Survivor. Thanks to Respawn and EA for giving us that first ever look at the gameplay. Next, we're proud to support independent games here at the Game Awards. This next world premiere comes from a Game Award winning studio up in my native Canada.
I have a dream. It starts in the desert. You cling to life. You find others, friends. You wander the dry, dirty streets of civilization. In the ancient halls of the testing stations, you find answers. You seek the secrets of the ever-shifting sands. Spice. You do do all of these things in my dream, Sleeper. I am terrified of what happens when you awaken.
That was your first in-engine look at Dune Awakening. Tonight, all the major gaming platforms are offering special discounts and offers on TGA nominees. You can check out the Game Awards sale across Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, Epic Store, and special offers on nominees on the Nintendo eShop. And that's not all. In celebration of TGA, you can also play free demos of many upcoming games across Steam, Xbox, and for the first time, PlayStation. And right now, we're excited to share news about a playable demo going live tonight on PlayStation.
Before you came, the people had resigned themselves to their fate, cowering in fear of us hunters. But now, because of you, they might just stand a chance. End this once and for all.
Our indie partners bring a whole world of fun. They spin new life into familiar faces, keep players on their toes, put dance battles front and center, challenge us to aim higher, and create secrets destined to be discovered, all before the eyes of a captive audience. So here's a big thanks. We can't wait to see where the fun takes you next.
Nice.
From now through December 31st, get a free Grubhub vehicle skin in PUBG Mobile when you order $12 or more from Wendy's through Grubhub and use code PUBG Mobile. Let's go! Go for the win. Go for Grubhub.
Mr. Albedo! Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go. Wanna come over for tea? If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Those plants have withered. Paimon doesn't like the look of this.
Gotcha! Here comes the catch. The wind rises. Bow your head!
Welcome back to the Game Awards. That was a look at Genshin Impact, now in the middle of its third year, and a double nominee tonight, and a sneak peek at Yao Yao, an upcoming character to join its growing roster. Next is something truly, truly special. Tonight, all of us together get to experience the global announcement of the next game from one of our industry's most visionary game studios. Get ready. Please enjoy.
And protect you. So let light warm you till the morning. I'll stay with you by your side. Close your tired eyes and I'll wait. And soon I'll see your smile in a dream. Baby, don't worry, it's okay. I'll always be with you.
Don't worry. It's okay. No one should have to suffer such loss. You know, I meant it when I said I understand how you feel. But if you hold on to your sadness, it'll weigh you down like an anchor.
Come with my crew, Sam. It's time for you to hit the road and start a new journey.
It wasn't the UCA that made the final decision. It was APAC, a private corporation.
So let love warm you till the morning.
Everyone, please join me in welcoming back to the Game Awards a true legend, Mr. Hideo Kojima! Aki, great to see you. Well, Mr. Kojima, it's been 3 years. You were on this stage with us in 2019, where you won Best Game Direction. DS2 has been announced. What can you tell us? How is it going to be different than DS1?
詳しいことはまだ言えませんけど、驚きの仕掛けをいっぱい入れてますんで、トレーラーにヒントが隠されてますんで、それを見ながら皆さんと議論していただければと思います。
I can't really be specific right now, but you just seen the trailer, and I put a lot of things inside, so I want you guys to talk about it and find details in it.
Good luck. All right. Well, I know we have some of the cast from the game with us here. Hello, Leia, Shioli. Great to have you guys with us here. Troy is here as well. We heard him there. Hello, Troy. We're so excited about this collaboration you have with an amazing cast. I wanted to ask you the story of this game. How has the pandemic and what we've been through, how has that impacted your storytelling and the theme of this game?
実はコロナ前にストーリーも全部完成してたんですけども、実際にコロナを体験して、で全部1から、ゼロから作り直したということになります。今回、はい。
Well, I had the story written before the pandemic, but after experiencing the pandemic, I just rewrote the whole thing, the story from scratch.
もう未来を予測したくないので、そうならないように作り直しました。
I also didn't want to predict any more future, so I rewrote it.
All right, Mr. Kojima, it's always such a pleasure having you here. I wanted to ask, generally, what's next for you as a creator? I know we have our fun podcast we do. What else have you got planned?
Okay. DS2 制作中なんですけども、もう一つとんがったゲームがありまして、そちらは実験と仕込みをやってます。それと映像関係も仕込みをやってますんで、皆さん楽しみにお待ちください。
Well, yes, I'm doing the DS2 right now, and also one other title that's completely new. I'm kind of experimenting at the moment, and also other visual projects I'm still working on. So I'll hope to reveal it soon.
Well, you're always very prolific, and we love you for it. Hideo Kojima, everyone, DS2. Mr. Kojima, thank you so much. Aki, thank you. Well, next we have another global game announcement. We're proud to announce a new game and a new world from a new AAA independent studio, Ascendant Studios. A team with experience making story-driven FPS games like Dead Space, Halo, and BioShock. They partnered with EA Originals, the label behind last year's Game of the Year winner, It Takes Two, to create a single-player magic shooter set within a new original world. Here is your first glimpse.
Dangerous what you hear.
A great many people died in this war.
Your men killed my family.
The Immortals are more than soldiers. We're the champion protectors of Lucy.
Hero of Yilthium Fields.
Hero of Yilthium Fields.
You don't get it, do you? All you are is angry.
All of Avium is crumbling apart.
You don't win in ever war.
You help us win this. I'll know you're ready.
Hi, everybody. Reese Davis with you, bringing you the
Now,
EA Sports
he's an actor who
NCAA
recently
Football
performed
14
in Midnight
pregame
Mass
show
and
presented by
Ghostbusters Spirits
Nissan.
Unleashed.
Innovation that
Please welcome
excites.
Rahul
FAU Stadium
Kohli.
here in Boca Raton, Florida. Opened in October of 2011.
As an actor,
and the
I'm
stadium
drawn
just the
towards
first phase of
stories,
the
but I
university's
think that's true of all of us, especially those who pick up a controller. Narrative in games is a slippery thing because there's no single way to tell a story. The beginning, middle, and end may not even happen in that order. And for each of us, there may be different outcomes altogether. But to be truly invested in a game's story is to step away and feel as if you've lived another life. These are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Best Narrative.
Hugo was always worried that it would start all over again. He doesn't deserve
Billy.
this. The golden
We'll see how this game plays out as they get ready for the opening kickoff. He sends this one deep.
Everywhere I look, things are falling apart. don't know if I can find a way forward.
Some people say I'm scared. You find me scared.
Now the offense gets ready to take their first crack at it.
And the Game Award for Best Narrative goes to God of War Ragnarok.
And he's level at the 20-yard line. The big fella couldn't get any momentum going.
It's tough to get this guy down in the backfield. He's always falling forward. On that one, they hit him before he could get his weight going forward.
Second down, 15 to go. Ball on the 20-yard line. Up the middle for a nice gain. Harry gets about 4 yards on the option keeper.
There are so many people, a lot of them over there, who should be on this stage with me right now. So much goes into the telling of a story in a video game.
Goes over the middle. The tailback's got him. He's tackled around the 42-yard line. Good gain on the pass to the running back.
This young man is becoming more and more part of this passing game. He does a great job of making guys miss after the catch.
It's not just
from their own 42-yard line.
Incredible cast.
First down.
They elevate everything that we do put on the page. I'm just honored to accept this on their behalf. I want to thank
they'll knock him down for a loss.
Scott, Herman. I want to thank, our SMS, IT, and facilities. The heavy lifting they had to do when we all had to shift to work from home. That's incredible. And they're still supporting us now.
Makes the catch and gets out of bounds.
You obviously have to worry about him as a ball carrier, but it showed here that you have to be concerned about him as a receiver as well. He's got good hands, and you know he's good in the open field.
I also want to thank, obviously,
it's first and 10. Ball on the 46-yard line.
Corey and our captain, Eric Williams.
And he's taken down at the 45.
Rich and I,
the halfback picks up a yard.
Corey stepped
speed
aside
off
for
the
this
edge
one.
by the sophomore to come up and make the hit.
A more supportive and incredible creative partner, and we're grateful for you every single time. I'm sorry. I also want to thank our families who went from having to see us in the morning and at night to having to see us all day, every day. That's a burden I wouldn't wish for.
He's taken down around the 49-yard line.
My wife, Suzanne, my son, James, thank you very much. I love you, and I'll see you later.
It's 3rd and 14. Ball on the 49.
Congratulations, God of War Ragnarok. Today is December 8th, so it just made sense to show you the first ever gameplay of Tekken 8. Harada-san and the team
and it's going the other way. It's the freshman corner.
This legendary fighting franchise.
That was a dangerous pass.
Well, you should have known better than to throw that football into coverage like that. You can't expect the receiver to come down with that ball.
He makes it out to maybe the 36-yard line. Harrell's the kind of guy that's work ethic really pays off. Right now, he's playing some special football and leading the conference statistically. Second down, 7 yards to go. Ball on the 36-yard line. Completes it, but he can't shake the defense. They'll bring it down right around the 42-yard line, and they'll still be a little short of the first down line.
Well, they get some positive yards, but this defensive line really busted through and broke that play up.
They look like they've got the block on, and this offensive line's got to give him some time.
Now it's time to recognize more awards and winners. Here are the nominees for Best Art Direction. Elden Ring, God of War Ragnarok,
about a booming
Horizon
punt. My
Forbidden
goodness.
West,
Again, it's about stressing special teams. That is
And
why
the
a lot of
Game
head
Award goes
coaches
to
usually run these
Elden
units.
Ring.
It's because field position is just so important in the game.
I don't think either team has a clear advantage so far. Let's see if they can make some plays and get a little separation. Here's a handoff, and he's taken down for a loss.
And Red Matter 2. And the Game Award goes to Moss Book 2. Congratulations. Next, the
Second
nominees for
down.
Best Sim
Tough
Strategy
spot here,
Game.
deep in their own
Spice
territory.
Wars, Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope, Total War Warhammer 3, 2 Point Campus,
Tackle and the
Detroit
5
3.
forward. Gains around
Game
3
Awards
yards
this
on the
year
run.
goes to Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. The Beats are right. Congratulations. Here are the nominees for Best Community Support presented by Discord, Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, and No Man's Sky. And the Game Award goes to Final
Makes the
Fantasy
catch, and
14.
look out. He's out for the 30.
Yes, sir. Make sure to check out their Discord community.
And he's tackled around the 35-yard
We
line.
have much more Game Awards still to come.
So
Right
at the
now,
end of
we're
one
gonna look
quarter,
at Nightingale,
still
a
no
first-person
score.
PvE open world survival crafting game that we first announced last year, right here.
We're all
at the Game
tied up as we head into quarter number 2. Nice run there. Ford gets 6 yards on the play. They're about 4 yards away here on second down. Pulls it in, and he's in the open field. He gets hit out of bounds, right around the 14-yard line.
Your people are cast asunder beyond the frontiers of your reality.
Goat mask? What is this?
Realms alive with monstrous beasts, eldritch creatures and dangers of which you cannot conceive. You must gather your
first person too?
craft whatsoever you require, and build a life in the realms. Uncover the secrets of realm cards, and venture deeper into the unknown. Realm Walker, your path forward is winding and full of terrors. Save yourself, survive the realms, and rebuild all that has been lost.
Tonight, in celebration of the Game Awards, Verizon has a special offer. Buying an Xbox Series S from Verizon, you'll get a free controller.
From the
Scan
14-yard
QR
line.
code below to pick
First
up
down.
an Xbox Series S. And follow Average Jonas on Instagram at average_Jonas for more fun details.
Here's a screen pass, gets it to the back. They'll wrestle him down in the backfield, and they lose a couple there.
Not much going on there. Those kind of plays will not work against this defense. You can be sure of that.
Place of comfort. Before being tried and tested, we can feel it. A rush of pure anticipation.
He's pushed out of bounds around the 12-yard line. So they get about 4 yards from play action.
Sometimes we
This is the 8th play of this drive.
We'll move forward in ways unexpected. To lose ourselves in new stories.
Yes, sir. Finds the halfback in the end zone. Touchdown. He splits the uprights with the extra point. It was an 8-play, 95-yard drive. And they put up 7 points.
An amazing drive for this offense. Outstanding execution. If you're the defense, you've got to do something to try to change things up to get this quarterback out of sync.
This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback.
Good luck. Have fun.
Momentum swings have been fairly even. And with so little separation, this game can be drastically changed on just 1 or 2 plays.
Once I get a couple days under my belt of not vaping, I'm just going to feel better mentally.
He gets out to about the 44-yard line.
I started vaping nicotine again because of the stressful events. I thought it was helping, but then I quickly realized that it just made me feel way worse.
From their own
the biggest advice I would give to
it's
anyone
first
out there
down.
that is currently thinking about quitting vaping nicotine is don't be afraid to talk to someone. And if you don't have a support system, this is quitting can be there for you so you don't feel alone.
I've got the Samsung 990
Run down after a nice run up the middle.
Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. With the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel-coated
And they get him in the backfield for a loss.
When this guy gets his arms around the ball carrier, I don't care who it is.
Obviously
he's not getting away.
3rd down, 8 yards to go. Ball on the 46-yard line.
From tonight until the end of December, you can get an exclusive chance for 10% off of the
Wants to
Samsung
throw
990
outside.
Pro
Yes,
SSD.
sir.
Go to
Picked off.
Samsung.com/US to enhance your gaming experience. The promo code is 990 Pro TGA22.
He came up with a
Next
fantastic
presenters are
interception there.
absolute
Well, you know the
legends.
quarterback
They
is kicking
attended the
himself
very
for that
first
one. He
Game
just made
Awards,
the wrong
where we honored
read.
them with our first Industry Icon Award.
Florida
They founded
Atlantic
Sierra
is up 7.
Online. They brought us Half-Life, King's Quest, and hundreds of other titles. And this show, my career,
He's to the
would
40.
not exist without
He's at
them.
midfield, and they make the stop at the 42. That was a huge lift.
Brad, you're right. A run like that can really
Everyone,
get the
please
momentum
join
rolling.
me in welcoming to the Game Awards Ken and Roberta Williams.
From the 42-yard line. 1st down. He's rolling right. And down he goes. The 33-yard
When we
line.
first started making games many years ago, we knew the potential was there to achieve almost anything, even to change the world.
We're honored to be back here to present the award for Games for Impact, which recognizes games that change the way people
He's
think
going to try and scramble.
and feel.
He decides to
about the
run with
world.
it. Decides to slide. So with that run, they pick up another first.
It's a nice job again up front by the offensive line. They're doing a good job of neutralizing the defensive front, and it's allowed them to move the ball down the field.
I just want to know that we can make it through this.
1st and 10. Ball on the 18-yard line.
Wake up, sleeper. It's hard not to drift.
The 10. Touchdown, Owls. Well, the quarterback just showed us he can beat you with his feet as well as his arm.
And what a dangerous weapon this guy is.
House falls.
And he tacks on the extra point. Let's get an update now. Here's Reese Davis. Reese.
Marshall set to tee it up in Huntington. We have got an all-out Donnybrook on our hands.
Everyone's all lined up and ready for the kickoff. He kicks it off, and he got all of that one. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback.
Tulane's coaching staff, I've got to think going into halftime, and we're getting close right now, Kurt. They've got to do something different. What they had planned with their star running backs is not working today.
Well, I think the continuity between a coaching staff, a quarterback, and an offense is tested. Their star players not having a great game, losing this football game. I think now as we're close to this half, now is when you start to think about what other ways can we attack this defense. And then maybe eventually we get back to our star running back, but in the meantime, let's try to find some other ways to attack to be able to put points up.
Narrative that was
2nd down and 5. Ball on the 30.
And also communal, because as the sports is multiplayer and super inclusive and coachable.
Brought down at the 36. That was a 6-yard completion, and we'll have 1st and 10 coming up.
Heads-up play by the quarterback to find his receiver in traffic and get the ball into his hands.
And the quarterback didn't waste any time getting rid of that one. He took the snap and he threw it right out there.
And we hope that players would feel empathy for them and in the process would learn a little bit.
She's out to the tailback on the screen. Tackle made at the 45-yard line. So nice pickup as they connect on the pass play.
But they look to be in sync right now. They're both reading the defense properly, and the result is a nice game.
Short yardage situation here. 2nd down and 1.
Very happy, so thankful. I want to especially thank our team, which is an amazing team.
Caught, open field. He's tackled at about the 35.
There you go. Good read by the quarterback to give the offense a new set of downs. If the defense wants to line up in man, work that slant route until they stop it.
Merci beaucoup.
Congratulations to Interior May. Baldur's Gate 3 is the next big RPG from Larian Studios. The
was completely stopped immediately.
Original Sin, and now the team at Larian is ready to share just when you're going to be able to join the party.
Tries to set up a screen for the wide receiver. And he's taken down at the 22.
We must all cure ourselves of the entire cult of the Absolute.
And he tackles him hard at the 29-yard line.
All the way here from Baldur's Gate. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for.
Now he tries to buy some time. Slides down.
You're the same as me. You have a mind for a tadpole in your brain. Let's try to find a solution together before it's too late.
Deep ball, laying it out there. Touchdown, Tulane. And he adds the extra point. A 9-play, 76-yard drive. And they add 7 points to the scoreboard. All right, Reese and David, thanks, guys. Second half action just about ready to start here. And he got all of this one. Great kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. Kirk, not sure what went on in the locker room at halftime, but both offenses really come ready to play this third quarter.
I think that's really what separates a good team from a great team, being able to make the adjustments and being able to execute. So far, we've seen both these offenses able to do that.
They get to the quarterback and end that play before it even got started.
This young man didn't even have a chance to make something happen. It's tough to find your receivers when the defense is in your face like that.
So the sack makes this a 2nd and long. He gets to about the 24-yard line.
He's not the kind of man who takes kindly to captivity. The cult captured him.
They'll line up with 5 wide receivers.
I almost feel sorry for him.
He passes it. Stays in bounds to make a nice catch.
Looks amazing. I'm here with Joe Mad, legendary comic artist and CEO of Airship Syndicate. Joe, tonight you have a new title to announce, right?
We do. A few months ago,
be careful
we
to
announced
avoid these.
we were
Penalties are a
partnered with
great
Digital
way to
Extreme,
stall out a
which
drive.
4th down and a ways to go after the
over the
penalty.
last 10 years. And now we're going to leverage their
awaits the snap.
on our new game, which is a character-based online action RPG.
It's away, and it's a booming
fantasy world. And we're super excited.
And I think there's a little bit more. You got another partner.
And he's tackled
We
at
do.
the
Another
47-yard
partner,
line. And he was able to pick up some nice yards on the return.
Help us reach even more players around the world, and you'll be able to play it a lot sooner.
So now both teams come trotting back out onto the field.
Let's take a look at the official announcement, the world premiere. Here we go.
Florida Atlantic is up by a touchdown. He makes it to the 48-yard line.
It's a rival broadcast. But we found a way to control it.
2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on the 48.
We choose the path. We face the danger.
Makes it out to about the 39.
To reconnect our broken world.
many blades.
Played a few tricks.
And he's going to be sacked for a loss.
But now, we fight as one. We are Wayfinders.
Defense looking for another sack in this second down and long situation. Halfback's got it on the quick throw.
You got it.
The 20. Touchdown! That's his second touchdown catch of the game.
Man, this running back has really helped his passing game. Every time he's on the field, it's like having another receiver out there.
And he converts the extra point. Let's throw it out to Reese now for a studio update.
On the hunt for some action in Huntington. This one's been entertaining us all day long. The Thundering Herd keep pounding away on the ground, and they find pay dirt.
Excellent kick. He's to the 20. And down he goes at the 27.
Finally, we're through. We were just growing weary of each other's conversation.
It was a quick 3 and out on their last possession.
If they're going to make a comeback in this game, it's going to have to start now. This offense has to get rolling.
He's taken down around the 37-yard line.
Let's do this. I'm on a mission.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 37-yard line. He fights forward to about the 40.
From That Game Company, creators of Journey and Sky and singer-songwriter Aurora. Welcome to the Game Awards. And Aurora, right after the show tonight, you are going to be performing a virtual and free concert in Sky. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I'm so excited. I'm sorry about my voice. It's so tough that I sang karaoke last night.
That's some daylight.
I mean, yes.
There's a very impressive open field tackle.
Yes, but tonight it will be very good, obviously. Yes.
From their own 48-yard line.
Collaboration
First down.
working with Genova and the team. Why did you want to do this?
And I'm so excited about it, mostly because all the people that are working on Sky, Children of Light,
He's at the 40. He's at the 30. They'll bring him down at the 21.
Full of love and light and understanding of the outsiders in the world and finding a way to make us feel at home and connected. It's just pure.
Yeah, I got to experience it last week, and it really is very moving.
Looks middle, got his back. Good tackle there in
You've always
space.
built games about connecting people, relationships. I wouldn't peg you as someone who would go into the virtual concert space, but this
It's
is very
second
special.
down,
Tell us
8 to
why
go.
did you want to do this?
Ball on the 19.
Historically, we always want to push the boundary of how a game can make you feel. And with our game journey...
Inside the 10. Tackles around the 2-yard line.
The offensive lineman played that one perfectly, giving the tailback plenty of space to work with, and he took advantage of it.
And this is just something that I've never experienced. And to be honest, I just played it with 4,000 people this week, and I don't know what to say. But so maybe we can
Defense and their short yardage packing.
And hopefully that will help to explain.
One play and he'll lose yards.
That Game Company continues to push
And this is the 8th play of the drive.
Emotional potential. Can video games create a genuine human connection and bring players across the world?
And they'll get him in the backfield.
In a real-life concert, you feel the collective energy of thousands of beautiful souls around you. You connect with the artist and their message.
It's 3rd and goal from the 5. Let's see if they can put this one in.
We haven't felt this in any video games. And after 18 months of experimentation and development, we feel
That's right, running back's got it. And he's tackled right around the 2-yard line.
So you can experience this amazing journey with your friends and loved ones. You can download on any of these platforms and take less than a minute.
A quarter to
from
go,
boot
and
to
can
console.
they pull the upset?
Join us
21-7.
for this groundbreaking
FAU.
moment, shared by
Back in
millions
this very
of players.
pivotal 4th quarter.
Check that out. It's really, really special. All right, this year we partner with Grubhub to get your food delivered for the Game Awards. When you order from Wendy's on Grubhub using the code
Touchdown, Green
PUBG
Wave.
Mobile, you'll receive a free vehicle raffle orders of $12 or more. some players will also be able to participate in PUBG Mobile and complete other challenges. Terms and conditions.
And he hits the PAT. A 10-play, 73-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown.
Well, the blocking up front was just amazing. I think that's what led them to those big runs.
They get ready to kick this one off, and the return team's looking for the onside. He sends this one deep. The Owls are on a roll right now, an absolute roll. 21 straight points, and the defense has no answer for it. Both teams realize that when the ball is snapped, we're one play away from a very different ball game. Florida Atlantic is up a score.
Quando eu comecei a streamar, eu tinha receio de mostrar o meu rosto às câmeras.
Here they come.
Algumas pessoas que eu era tímida, mas na verdade já deu pra ver que eu não tenho.
And he's shoved out of bounds at about the 39-yard line.
Well, this is a nice run for the first down by this
A
quarterback.
verdade é que eu tinha medo de como eu seria recepcionado
From their own 39-yard line, it's first down.
Preta, LGBT. Chegamos pra mais uma livezinha. Aconteceu tudo totalmente ao contrário do que eu esperava. As pessoas me recepcionaram. Toda essa notoriedade me levou para lugares que eu jamais imaginei, né?
He makes his way to about the 48.
Então, dessa forma, eu sendo esse rosto por trás das câmeras, que inspira pessoas, que motiva pessoas, que cede voz para as pessoas que não têm. Isso para mim é algo muito importante, algo que eu levo muito a sério.
Commercial. Chase stream on Facebook. On Facebook, though. Okay.
He makes it out to maybe the 49-yard line. From the 49-yard line, first down. He makes it out to maybe the 46-yard line.
I've been on this road too long. You know, I get too caught up in a moment. I can't call it love if I show it. I just fuck things up if you notice. Have you noticed? Tell me, have you noticed? I get too caught up in a moment. I can't fall in love cause I'm focused. I just fuck things up if you notice.
From the 46-yard line, it's second down. Less than 3 minutes in the game. Gains his way to the 36-yard line. Gets out to around the 28. Ford gets 8 yards on the play. Tulane just took their first time out. So it's second down and about 2 yards to go. Tulane's going to have to use their second time out of the half.
Never really had a shot. They were on him almost as soon as he took the handoff.
And this play is number 8 on the drive. He gets hit out of bounds around the 26-yard line. They complete the play-action pass for a pickup of 3. Tulane's called their final timeout.
Today we fight true in His holy name.
Looks like they've decided to go for it here. How about that call on 4th down?
That's a little bit risky. I personally wouldn't have gone with the option there, but they were able to pick up good yardage and get a first down.
10th play of the drive. Less than 2 minutes in the 4th quarter. And down he goes at about the 11. Short yardage situation here. 2nd down and 1. And they make the stop, the 10-yard line. And that run will move the chain.
Oh, boy, that was a tough one to give up for that defense.
And this is the 12th play of the drive. He might not be able to get the pass off. 1, maybe 2 yards on the quarterback scramble.
Wow, Diablo 4 and Halsey are just getting started on their collaboration leading up to the launch. More from Diablo and Halsey next year. But wasn't that incredible? Thank you so much, Halsey. All right, now we'd like to recognize some other winners tonight.
Fires quickly, and they got it. Touchdown.
Best sports racing game. The nominees are F1 22, FIFA 23, NBA 2K23, Gran Turismo 7, and Ollie Ollie World. And the Game Award
he
goes
makes
to
the BAT. Reese Davis joins us in the studio with this update.
Congratulations. Here
in
are your nominees
USA,
for Best
you had better
Multiplayer
be able
Game.
to score.
Call of
And
Duty
for
Modern
Southern
Warfare
Miss,
2,
they've won 2 straight.
Multiversus,
And it looks like
Overwatch
they're ready
2,
for the kickoff.
Splatoon 3, and TMNT Shredder's Revenge. And the
Nice
Game
kick,
Award
plenty of
goes
distance.
to Splatoon 3.
And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. It's been a good one so far today. Let's see what happens here.
Not looking so good for the offense. At this point, all they can do is put the ball in the air and hope.
I'm sure there are a lot of fans out there hoping for a miracle, but I seriously doubt we're going to see one today. Fires out quickly to the tailback. Brought down around the 35-yard line.
Here are the nominees for Content Creator of the Year. Carl Jacobs, Ludwig, Rebellion, Nobru, and QT Cinderella.
And the ball game's over. And our final score of this one, 28-14.
Ludwig, congratulations, man. Here are the nominees for Most Anticipated Game. Final Fantasy 16, Hogwarts Legacy, Resident Evil 4, Starfield, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe a fan favorite, and the Game Award goes to The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Congratulations to all our winners so far, and now it's time for another world premiere.
What a game of the year. Damn, they take it forever to announce the game of the year. They want to wait the whole time.
Burning Shores will see Aloy pursue a sinister threat in the untamed wilds of Los Angeles, and yes, even the Hollywood sign isn't spared. And now, please welcome the cast of The Last of Us show coming to HBO on January 15th.
Just real quick, I know that I told you guys this backstage, but just in front of everybody else, I want to let you know we've seen the show, and we just love you as Joel and Ellie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Big fans. Big fans.
So you know we are big fans of you two as well as Joel and Ellie.
So should we do this all together, just like Joel and Ellie's, just one and all?
Let's do it.
Time? Okay.
Okay.
We're here to present the award for Best Action Game.
Many games have action, and these are the ones that truly kick ass.
This kicks ass.
Here are the nominees.
Best Action Game.
Viva Chile.
And the Game Award for Best Action Game goes to Bayonetta 3!
All right, this is pretty awesome. On behalf of the development teams at Platinum Games and Nintendo that worked tirelessly on bringing Bayonetta to life for the third time, thank you so very much. It's about noon back in Japan tomorrow, and I'm sure they're watching right now, so this is for you folks. Congratulations. I think you all know this, but no one does action games and over-the-top action games like Platinum Games. And as you saw, they're already hard at work on their next project, so they asked me to say a few words on their behalf. With our long history of creating action games, it's a huge honor to be awarded Best Action Game for Bayonetta 3. We're also delighted to have been able to reveal a brand new title for the Game Awards today. We'd like to thank everyone who helped us bring the game to life, and of course, the fans of the series. With the characters just as important as the many players, to the many players as gameplay, we hope you'll keep your eyes peeled for Cereza's next stories. From everyone at Platinum Games, thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations to PG and Nintendo, and next we have a trio of exciting new game announcements. First, let's head to Japan for a special announcement.
当初から1000年以上にわたる紛争とテクノロジーの乱用により滅亡の危機に瀕している惑星を舞台にプレイヤーが英雄的な旅をするプロジェクトを思い描いていました。時空を超え記憶を解き放ち巨大な敵を倒し全人類を脅かす滅亡の未来を変える旅。こんにちは、バンダイナムコオンラインブループロトコルのエグゼクティブプロデューサー下岡宗吉です。ザ・ゲームアワーズに参加させていただきAmazon ゲームスと一緒に取り組んできたゲームをご紹介できることを大変嬉しく思います。プレイヤー自身が SF ファンタジーな冒険を描く主人公となりオンラインでプレイヤー同士が協力して楽しめるアクション RPG をぜひ体験してください。この広大で美しい世界を来年 PC、PlayStation 5、Xbox シリーズ X、そして S でグローバルに提供できることをとても楽しみにしています。ブループロトコルのファーストルックをお楽しみください。
Do you remember what our world was before?
before the sundering. Before the war. Before the darkness. Do you remember? You will. Your future needs you.
I'm a setting sun, but I'll never run. I'm a dead man walking.
This ain't working. We should melt it down for ammo. And we're live.
Come on, big guy.
Sequencing at 17%. Loading memory core now.
It's all the same. Only the names will change. And every day it seems we're wasting away. Another place where the faces are so cold. I drive all night just to get back home.
All right. Let's get lucky.
'Cause I'm a cowboy on a steel on ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive.
Coming up, Animal from the Muppets drops by, and Keegan-Michael Key shares a new look at the Super Mario Bros. Movie. And still to come, the award for Best Game Direction. Stick around.
Mississippi.
is no victory to be had here. There is only survival. The strength of your resolve is the only thing that will grant you another day. Another breath. This place is relentless. It devours everything. And soon, it will take your mind. I have found no meaning to this struggle. But when the end comes for you, do not yield.
Was the season of yeeting, when all through the land, not a fall guy was stirring, not even a... whether the beans have been naughty or nice, there were presents on offer in the snow and the ice. In store for all, a ski costume for free, a new slippy dive slide to tackle with glee. Those resourceful enough to complete gift grab may stumble forth as a nutcracker, thus looking fab. For 'tis the season for fun and frolics for all. Even SpongeBob has answered the call. So this holiday season, celebrate in style. Curl up by the fire and play Fall Guys for a while.
He's the voice of Toad in the upcoming Super Mario Bros. Movie. Please welcome Keegan-Michael Key.
What's happening, Game Awards? It is so great that we can all be here and having such a good time and celebrating tonight, right? Yes. Okay, now, all right, there is something that I would like to address. And if you guessed that it is, well, something about Toad's head, you would be right. Because I see a lot of people online saying that it's a hat, and you know what? It's not a hat, it's a cap. You see, because the cap is that top part of the mushroom that houses the spores and everything, and also a cap is another word for hat. I see how that, okay, I just right now saw how that could be confusing. Wow. Well, okay, whether you call it a cap or a hat or a capat, I'm good with all of it because it's just part of Toad's awesomeness. So now please enjoy this clip of a few of our capped and hatted friends in a sneak preview of their super awesome journey.
Here you go.
Excuse me, everybody, coming through! This guy's brother is going to die imminently! Out of the way, please!
Just trying to clear a path, that's all I'm doing. He's gonna be fine.
Chantrell, nice to see you, bud.
Does this thing work?
Yes, well, great. You just have to blow into it.
Oh yeah? Up we go.
Wait up. Okay, so these bricks are just floating here?
Just pop in this pipe and we're on our way.
Oh.
It's the only way to fly, man.
Oh, wow. Love these pipes.
Here we are, Palace Doors, big bang boom. Come on! Woo!
That looks absolutely so amazing. Can't wait.
Let's play, let's play, let's play!
Yes, I like the energy. As you can see, I'm now joined by Animal from the upcoming Muppets Mayhem. Say hi, Animal.
Hi, Animal. Playtime, 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 playtime!
We are at the Game Awards. I love this enthusiasm, Animal. So I have to ask, what do you want to play? Do you have a certain game, or?
Tarnished!
Elden Ring? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I didn't imagine you being a Soulsborne player.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite boss in Elden Ring?
Malenia. Yeah, Malenia. Animal love Malenia.
You're still thinking about her. She's pretty tough in the game. Well, now that I know you're such a big game fan, have you ever thought about kind of appearing in your own game or having an Animal game?
Oh, yeah. Kojima! Where Kojima?
I don't know if Mr. Kojima's going to be into that or not, but you never know.
Animal can hide in box.
Yeah, I guess you could. We'll talk to Hideo at the after party, see what we can make happen. But all right, what if that didn't work out and so you had to make your own game? What would you call it?
Animal Crossing.
I think that one's taken. The Nintendo lawyers might have some issues with that. But anyways, Animal, it's great to have you here at the Game Awards. Should we maybe give out an award now? What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah. Music!
Okay, Animal has spoken. Let's check out the nominees for Best Score and Music.
Roll it!
Best Score and Music.
Okay, Animal, okay. And the Game Award for Best Score and Music goes to God of War Ragnarok.
God of War! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Wow, Animal! Whoa, buddy! My favorite drummer! I don't believe it! I literally don't believe it. No, thank you so much, everybody. But I really got to give a shout out to everybody at Santa Monica Studio. Corey, when you told me this story 8 years ago, I was moved to tears then, and it's been a part of my life ever since. And Eric Williams, you really brought this out of me, man. Thank you so much. All the musicians, Ivor and Hosier, who is up here tonight, all the ethnic fiddle players and Hardinger fiddle and nickel harp, all these wonderful musicians from around the world also lent their beautiful performances. But I just also want to say I've learned the power of simplicity, and Kratos is a man of few words. And I wanted to write him just a few notes. And I got to write bum, bum, bum. And if I only wrote that, I feel like the story would sort of be there. So I got to write a lot more. Thank you so much, everybody. This means the world to me. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Bear. And now it's time for an exclusive reveal of a brand new action RPG developed by the creators of Life is Strange, Don't Nod, and published by Focus Entertainment.
So, you're a banisher, eh? You want ghosts, right? You must have seen some strange things. We had our share. Yes. But I've never seen a ghost myself. But they are real, right? So what? You track and kill him? Is that it?
We banish them.
I shall wish you a good hunt, then. It takes a brave man to walk these wilds alone.
I'm not alone.
A Bone Walker.
We are the defenders of mankind against the horrors that dwell in the darkness. While we draw breath, we stand. While we stand, we fight. The angels of death. We are the blade drawn against the endless night. Nothing will survive our wrath.
That was a look at Meet Your Makers. Sign up for the upcoming beta. The game launches April 4th, 2023. All week, Twitch is celebrating What Games Week, recognizing all the games from gaming history that never got their proper due, like EA's Overblood, which was the most played game this week. It's a game from 1997. Which game saw the biggest increase in viewership over the week? According to a Twitch Twitter poll, the winner was Katamari. All right, we've got much more Game Awards ahead, more world premieres, including an update on Final Fantasy 16, and of course, the Game of the Year, presented by last year's winner, Joseph Ferris. Who knows what he's going to say? Hopefully it's short. All right, we'll be right back.
Here's to colorful competition. Here's to inking turf together. Here's to every friend, every rival, every splat! Here's to you, Splatoon 3 community. Big run is imminent. Team up with friends and fend off the Salmonid invasion this weekend.
You wretched scum! Do you have any idea what Blood Bowl is? Moving! Get it? Dodging! Passing! Protecting the ball carrier and crushing the hell out of your opponents! Oh, I know luck could have been with us, but that's not an excuse! Blood Bowl is a demanding sport! Your opponents want your heads! And even their fans will murder you if they have the chance. Finish your drinks, pull yourselves together. Get out there and win me this match.
We are at war, and she's in danger. You will find her and bring her to me.
The Hunt's after her, and we have to defend her at all costs.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
A legend cannot be killed, can it?
Welcome back to the Game Awards. Coming to the stage now.
Booyah! Game Awards! I'm literally crashing the show! Careful with the fur. I'm a little sensitive, thank you. What's up, Game Awards? Crash is in the building, let's go! Get ready for an epic reveal in 3, 2, 1, 0, -1, -2. Guys, where's my crew? Hold on a sec. What happened? We were supposed to meet up here and steal all the Wumpa fruit from the Game Awards, which I'm now realizing was a fruitless plan. Oh, excuse me, are you guys on mute? Oh, I get it. The old silent treatment. That's fine. More Wumpa for me, wherever it is. Whatever. Roll the trailer, Grandma!
Yes, could be a help. Don't need nobody else. Or maybe we share the world. Let them haters talk. We gon' walk the walk. I'm a real king. Come on and get it. You never had nothing quite like me. I'm a real king.
little Rumble game.
Now, please welcome two outstanding content creators and streamers. Here are Fuslie and Valkyrae.
While gaming continues to rapidly evolve every year, if there's one category that seems to advance the fastest and furthest, it's innovation and accessibility.
Each year, designers impress and inspire us by discovering new and thoughtful ways to enable an even larger audience to play their games through determined consideration for those who are often marginalized.
Here are the Game Awards nominees for innovation and accessibility.
Innovation and accessibility.
It's a single-player and multiplayer experience. We wanted to draw in people who weren't necessarily gamers.
I might be able to get up there if you help me.
When you are unsure of the way forward, open this book for guidance.
That suite of features enables gameplay by players who are blind and have low vision.
And the Game Award for Innovation and Accessibility goes to... God of War Ragnarok!
Thank you, everyone. We are absolutely humbled and grateful to everyone who's helped us in this journey along the way, because playing games is what's important for the players. It's you all, you who play the games, that are really the ones that deserve this award. Everyone who was on the team at SMS, we are truly honored to be with you. Thank you so much, Eric and Yumi, for supporting us, John and Jason for being there while we were trying to make these accessibility
bringing you
features
the
happen.
EA Sports
Katie,
NCAA
Sam, and
Football
Zach,
14
my closest
pregame
cohorts
show
when we were trying to
presented
make
by
these features,
Nissan.
and all
Innovation
of our
that excites.
team and the QA and accessibility research teams, the UI UX team, and everyone who made it possible.
We'll see how this game plays out as they get ready for the opening kickoff. He just drills this one.
This is a race that no matter who wins, the player
And
is
it goes
the real
into the
winner.
end zone,
So let's
down
go
for a
out there
touchback.
and make all games have no limits. Thank you.
So here comes the offense taking the field for the first time today. They'll bring him down at the 26-yard line. Perry only picks up about a yard there on the option.
Yeah, it was a short gain, but a nice tackle there by the senior corner who came in from the outside and made a nice play.
From their own 26-yard line, it's second down. In the shotgun and 5 wide out. Catches it, and that's all. 4 yards on that play.
The defense here let the halfback roam free for a second, and they were able to connect for a short gain on the play.
Turn our gaze from what lies beyond your luster, where wickedness dwells, and the shadows reign. Arm us with your golden sand.
Throws it in a hurry. Good tackle there in space. A pickup of 5.
The slant is so hard to defend when the pass is right on the money. But at least the defense was there to keep it from turning into a bigger play.
So it's 4th down, and the offense is still on the field. This is kind of a surprising call right here by the coach. This is an obvious punting situation. Run down after a nice run up the middle.
Great run out of the option. It staggered the defense, and the drive will keep going.
Delivers to the halfback on the screen. And they make the stop right around the 40.
You like the faith he has in his receiver to just put the ball up and let him go get it.
Please welcome Kirby Joe Grubb, Damien Poitier, and the boss himself, Mr. Michael Madsen.
From the 40-yard line. First down.
Hello, Game Awards. We are here to we're here to set a slightly different tone for the trailer you're about to watch.
See, this trailer is a big part of this offense and what they're trying to do. They're running the football and mixing in some play action. And what that does is it freezes the linebackers and the safeties. It puts a lot of pressure on them to have to be able to defend both the run and the play action. And as a play caller, when I know I can go to play action pass, I feel really good about getting my quarterback in rhythm, slowing down the defense, and giving us a chance.
My God, what a night.
7-yard pickup that time on the pass.
He got just a little bit of separation from the defender, and that was enough room for him to make the catch.
Second down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down.
I even made a picture with Mr. Al Pacino. Donnie Brasco. If you haven't seen it, you should look it up.
Gets to about the 11-yard line.
Anyway, I have to say, being the crime boss of Rock City, that's a lot of fun.
We're at play number 9 of this current drive.
Cast with us. These two handsome guys with me. And anyway, enjoy the debut trailer for Crime Boss Rock City, coming March 28th, 2023. So let's roll it.
Tackled after a decent run up the gut.
So you want to be a criminal?
That makes it first and goal.
Game on!
First and goal from the 5, and looking to cap this off with a touchdown. And they get the sack.
It's a big-time effort sack by the defensive end. I want to also give some credit to the coverage downfield. The end never gave up on the play, but because the quarterback didn't have anywhere to go with the football, it gave the defensive end enough time to eventually chase the quarterback down for that sack.
Here's the 11th play of the drive. Tries to fit it in there, and it'll be intercepted. And
that's right, Chuck Norris. All right, and now we are happy to announce more winners here at the Game Awards based on votes from our jury and fans around the world.
And he will score
for best role-playing game: Elden Ring, Live Alive, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Triangle Strategy, Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
And he adds the extra point. Reese Davis is standing by with this update.
Congratulations to From and Bandai Namco.
Southern Miss, ready to kick this one off.
Player's Voice, our 100%
Sends it sailing downfield.
fan-voted category. You guys were very busy voting the past few days.
So the offense will come back out onto the field, hoping for a little better result than that last pick six.
After that last turnover by this offense, the momentum is really turned in this game, and right now you got to believe this defense is going to come out and play with a lot of intensity and a lot of aggression.
Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game: Cult of the Lamb, Neon White, Sifu, Stray, Tunic.
It's 2nd and 9.
And the Game Award goes to
26-yard line.
Stray. Congratulations, a double winner tonight.
This game's already shaping up to be a good one
nominees
as
for
we head to
Best
the second
Action
quarter.
Adventure Game:
7-0.
A Plague Tale Requiem,
And we're ready
God
for
of
more
War
football here in
Ragnarok,
quarter number 2.
Horizon Forbidden West, Stray, and Tunic. And the Game Award goes to God of War Ragnarok.
He's got it with room to run. He's to the 40.
Here are the nominees for Best
right around the
Ongoing
46-yard line.
Legends,
Once this guy gets into the secondary, he can be a
Fantasy
real
14,
problem to bring down.
Fortnite,
He can
and
shake off a
Genshin
lot of
Impact.
tacklers who are smaller
And the
than
Game
he
Award
is.
goes to Final Fantasy 14 for the second time tonight.
Sets up a screen. Tailback's got it. Brought down at about the 49. Taken back 3 yards.
Not much going on there. Those kind of plays will not work against this defense. You can be sure of that.
2nd down and 12. Ball on the 49. Tackle made at the 34.
Holy hell. This place is cool.
They have to watch the play clock here. Penalty markers down. They took too much time.
Stick together.
Delay game.
So the delay of game will move him back a few, and I'm pretty sure the coach isn't happy with his quarterback right now. So the penalty will make it 1st and 15.
Up next, Reggie is in the building and his body is ready.
So he picks
Plus,
up about 5 on
Naoki
the
Yoshida
option to the
takes the
halfback.
stage, and the Game Awards Orchestra honors the nominees for Game of the Year.
He throws right. Another catch. Inside the 10. Spectacular play, and now it's 1st and goal. That was a nice play.
You know, we talk about this every week, adjusting to the blitz. The quarterback and the receiver do an excellent job of recognizing the blitz and adjusting to the play. Good-looking pass.
The defense gets set as they hope to create another red zone turnover. Touchdown, Owls.
Created in Fortnite. Starting tonight, they're challenging fans with a scavenger hunt contest to find 103 hidden Doritos gems.
They'll line up for the extra point in an attempt to tie the game. And he tacks on the extra point. So that's a 7-play, 80-yard drive, and they put up 7 points.
I think the big thing there, Brad, is that they were able to execute the passing game. When you can get big plays and great execution, obviously you can move the ball down the field.
We get a tie game at 7-7. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. This is the point in the game where you don't want to make any mistakes that give the other guys a reason to feel more confident going into halftime. Play action here. He's going to scramble. Slides down to the ground. From their own 27-yard line. 2nd down. And he carries the ball for a nice gain.
We have 900 people in here right now. How are you feeling? What's up, Kenzie? I see y'all here. What up, what up, what up? My name is Michael Reynolds, and I am the Fierce Diva. Where you been? So, to me, what it means is just being very authentically myself.
He's tackled at the 47-yard line.
It's a good job of converting on 3rd down with the running game
for several reasons.
From their own 47-yard line.
I just never
1st down.
But going through that mental health journey with my therapist, who I go work, we know that I have ADD. It gave me a whole new perspective on my life. It gave me a lot of answers.
Throws complete. He's hammered.
I think he's got a good rhythm going right now with his wide receivers. He hit him for a nice game.
It hurts. I knew that I wanted to help usher that experience for folks that really needed it. Thank you for love, per usual, finesse, per usual. If I am inspiring,
and he is drilled. That's the 45. The Owls taking their first time out of the half. Pickup of a yard for the tailback.
They're lucky he was able to hang on to the football. He took a pretty good shot.
He drops
So it's
by
3rd down,
every
and they've got
December,
about 2
just
yards
like
to go.
Santa. Give it up for Reggie.
He makes it to the 45-yard line. Couldn't get that additional yard he needed to keep the drive moving.
No, he was trying to muscle his way past those big guys, but they stood their ground.
Hey!
This punt, if he gets it where he wants it, can really change the field position in this football game.
I'm here to present
They get this one off, and it's a beauty.
game direction category.
And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. Both offenses have played it pretty close to the best so far this
industry.
Yeah, because they've been so conservative,
Games
it's made it pretty easy for both of these defenses to be pretty dominant. Let's see an offense open up
innovation,
and take a few
and
chances.
artistry. And to be nominated, you need to have created an experience that is incredibly special.
Lets
to
it
the
fly.
player.
Oh, he had the pick and he dropped it.
That was textbook coverage by the defense. That's exactly what you want to do on every single pass play, but it doesn't always happen.
Game direction.
2nd down, 10 to go.
Best
Ball on the
game
20.
direction.
The tarnish is so return.
Throws. And he hits him hard at the 50-yard line.
The road is dying. I'm running out of time.
5B, take 1. He saw 20,000 girls. He picked you.
He wants it all. Incomplete. Almost picked off.
And the game award for best game direction goes to
From the 50.
Eldon Ring.
2nd down. He's got to throw it in a hurry. He's got the corner. 20-yard line. And he's taken down around the 19-yard line.
It's a great pleasure receiving this such a wonderful award.
First and 10. Ball on the 19.
As a director, I'm very honored about that. 過去最大規模のタイトルだったということで、谷村さんや石崎さんはじめとする頼りになる主要ディレクターのチームと一緒に開発に臨んだタイトルですので、喜びのひとしです。Elden Ring is our, the biggest game that we have ever worked on.
This safety always seems to be in the right place at the right time. It's no surprise that he comes up with the interception here.
From their own 32-yard line. It's first down. I guess he'll throw this one as far as he can and hope for a miracle.
Finish working on this project.
He sails it long.
We really want to share the
leaps picked off.
Receiving this award with them. Thank you. So once again, thank you so much for your support.
We're even at 7 on this one. Welcome back to the action. Second half just about set to begin. We got a tight game here. He kicks it off, and he got all of that one. And it goes into the end zone, down for a touchback. Well, just a series of turnovers now in the last couple of possessions. And whichever offense can somehow take care of the football might be the team that's going to come out on top today. A lot of times you'll see teams start to clinch up a little bit when games stay close well into the second half. You need to stay loose, keep doing what you've been doing all week in practice, and execute when it's time. Still dragging guys. Gets out to around the 45.
Tell me about the plan. Not a plan. A man.
It's first and 10. Ball on the 45-yard line.
It's him.
Solomon Reed, FIA.
So, what do we do now?
Here's a handoff, left side. Nice run there as they work the outside.
It's a simple choice. Them boss. Peace comes at a price. Someone's always got to pay.
That's a great tackle at the 47. Third down, and they're going to need about 3 yards to pick up the first down.
Can't wait for you guys to meet Reed. Phantom Liberty releases in 2023. See you in Mexico.
He gets out to about the 45-yard line.
Thanks, Idris. Tonight, we are thrilled to share with you another global game announcement. This comes from one of the most decorated developers in the world, who consistently pushes this medium forward for each of its releases. This studio has been nominated multiple times for
This one's going to be down to the end zone for a touchback.
And I am beyond grateful that they have chosen the Game Awards as the place for this global announcement.
I think it says something about the quality of the preparation of both teams that we're into the third quarter and nobody's been able to pull away. Both sides seem to know what to expect. He's taken down at about the 31. From their own 31-yard line. First down. Tackled right around the 28-yard line.
The offensive line needs to do a better job of not only handling the defensive linemen, but getting up to the linebackers. That way the ball carriers will have a little bit more room to get to that second level.
Tackled around the 28-yard line. From their own 28-yard line. Third down. They'll line up with 5 wide receivers. back to his receiver. They'll bring him down around the 33-yard line. Gets it away. Wait a minute, he's going to throw. Throws it into coverage, and it's intercepted. Out of bounds, the 47-yard line. From the 47-yard line. First down. Tackled after decent pickup. Third down now, and they need to get it down to the 37.
When we come back, it's time to
Zips it to the
crown
back. He gets hit out of
2022
bounds.
Game of
Around
the
the
Year,
41-yard line.
right here on the Game Awards.
In a perfect world, he knocks this kick down inside the 10.
The Mushroom Kingdom.
Hello.
Your brother has landed in the Darklands. They're under.
So this one goes into the end zone, and that'll be a touchback.
Has arrived in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Do you know him?
Do you think I know every human being with a mustache wearing an identical outfit with the letter of his first name on it? Because I don't.
Time's getting a little bit tighter now. You got to make every possession count.
Yes, sir.
Down the sideline.
From now
The
to
10.
December 31st,
And they make the stop at the 5-yard line.
PUBG Mobile when you order $12 or more from Wendy's through Grubhub and use code PUBG Mobile. Go for the win. Go for Grubhub.
First down, and they've got their eyes on that goal line.
It was an outbreak. They killed everyone in a container.
So with 1 quarter remaining, we get a tie game at 7-7.
These aren't accidents. They're all connected somehow.
They go to the run, and he's tackled in the backfield for a loss. They're at the 8. It's second down. Here they come, rolling out to the left side. And he dives forward. About 8 yards there on the scramble.
Imagine fumble right there. Dude, a fumble right there. Oh my. He could have. He could have.
Touchdown, Florida Atlantic.
There are some guys, when they get near the goal line, they just have a knack for getting the ball into the end zone. That's what we saw right there.
And he hits the PAT. A 4-play, 80-yard drive. And they get it in for 7.
Boy, that is scoring in a hurry. This offense is looking more and more explosive.
They line up to kick this one away. He really got a hold of that kick. This one's going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. Let's see what they can do on offense as they take possession after the return.
Brad, if you take a look up at the clock and you look at this score, this offense has no choice. They've got to move the football not just into the red zone, but all the way into the end zone to give themselves a chance to tie this game up.
Punt out of the open. Brought down right around the 40.
That
10.
was a look at Wild
Ball on
Hearts,
the 40.
Koei Tecmo and EA Originals next year. And now we welcome one of the busiest men in gaming, known fondly by his fans as Yoshi P, both the producer and director of the successful online role-playing game Final Fantasy XIV, winner of 2 Game Awards tonight, and producer of the highly anticipated new entry in the acclaimed Final Fantasy franchise, Final Fantasy XVI. Please join me in welcoming for the first time to TGA, Mr. Naoki Yoshida.
Less than 3 minutes in the game. Catches it, and he's looking for more. And he tackles him hard at the 46-yard line.
On behalf of the Final Fantasy XVI team, I'm honored to be here to present you.
First down, 10 to go. Ball on the 46-yard line.
To all our fans, thank you for keeping faith in us. I hope you enjoy.
Got a man, but he's tackled back behind the line of scrimmage.
Revenge.
Take Joshua and get to safety. I'm going to hold the enemy here while you make your escape.
Get on the throw. He caught it. He's knocked out of bounds at the 46. They really need to pick up this 3rd and long here in the 4th quarter. Throwing right. Ball's picked off.
Well, the quarterback's breathing a huge sigh of relief because he got away with throwing what should have been an interception.
I sometimes wonder if I am controlling it, or if it's controlling me.
He's pushed out of bounds at the 38-yard line. This is a pretty crucial series right here. With things being so tight, your best players have to step it up on both sides of the ball. Just under 2 to go in the game. Tackle made around the 34-yard line.
A good tackling safety is key for any defense. And if they can diagnose a play like this guy can, he can be a real menace.
From their own 34-yard line. Second down.
No matter how bitter the truth that awaits me, I will press on.
The play clock's at 0-0. They just took too long.
Delay game. What do we do?
That penalty drives them back, and they're shooting themselves in the foot here.
Well, if they can just keep their concentration, they'll avoid situations like that.
Second down and a ways to go because of the penalty. He's to the 40. He makes his way to about the 48. Southern Miss will take a timeout. That's their second of the half.
Please welcome the
It looked
director
like
of
the
Haze
defense
Light
might have been
Studios
expecting
and
the
last
pitch on the
year's
option.
Game of the
But
Year
instead,
winner
the
for It
quarterback
Takes
kept it
Two.
and converted here on
Here's
3rd
Joseph
down.
Ferris.
First down, 10 yards to go. Ball on the 45.
Yeah, really nice being on stage again, actually. It feels really good. I know a lot of people are nervous, but don't
Brought
be.
down after a nice run up the middle. Ford comes away with 5 yards on the carry.
Let's see now. Yeah, I remember recently, last year, winning Game of the Year. It's a fantastic feeling. So obviously, as a nominee, you should be very happy and very proud. But trust me, you do want to win because it's a great feeling.
Just over a minute in the 4th quarter.
But, however, you do actually win something. The game over.
And down he goes, right around the 42-yard line.
Play the music from this game. I mean, I was sitting over there. Trust me, the hair on my body was all over the place. No, goosebump, I mean. It's really awesome. So please give a big applause.
And they'll look to convert here on another third down.
Conducted by Lon Bell.
Set up a little screen, gets it to his tailback. He's at the 20, the 10, touchdown Owls. A big score here late in the fourth quarter, and now they've given themselves some breathing room in this football game. He splits the uprights with the extra point. So a 6-play, 68-yard drive, and that's good for a touchdown.
Brad, that's one of those drives that can just tear your heart out. They can really demoralize the defense when they drive the ball down the field, and a lot of the yards came on the ground.
And he makes it out to about the 44-yard line. I'm sure there are a lot of fans out there hoping for a miracle, but I seriously doubt we're going to see one today. The sack. The Owls will use their first time out of the half. They find themselves in a hole here after that sack. It's 2nd and long. And they'll try one last pass here to pad the stats, but that's about all they're going to get right here. Here they come. He airs it out. Incomplete. The Golden Eagles, I'm sure, are secure in the knowledge that despite this setback today, they still have one of the best players in the country.
Well, this is a devastating loss, but it's one that they're going to have to put behind them. And as you said, they still have one of the best players in the country. They don't need to deviate their plan. Get back to really what they know, and that's getting the ball to their star player. Next week, I'm sure they'll be fine.
Goosebump, I told you. All right. Game of the year winner is Elden Ring.
びっくりしました。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
フロムソフトウェアのみんな、そして、パートナーであるバンダイナムコの皆さん、たくさんある協力会社の皆さん、そして、素晴らしい神話を執筆してくれたジョージ・アーロン・マーティン氏、そんな素晴らしいですね、僕の尊敬するエルデンリングチームのみんなに改めて大きな感謝を伝えるとともに、この喜びを分かち合いたいと思います。
I would like to share this great appreciation with our entire Elden Ring team members, everybody at From Software, our partner Bandai Namco, all collaborators, and last but least, Mr. George R. Martin, who created the great mythos for this game.
すごく大変で問題の多いプロジェクトだったので、ディレクターとしてはすごくほっとしています。そしてですね、このゲームオブザイヤーという、最高の栄をいただいた場でいうことではないのかもしれませんけれども、これからも今よりもこのゲームよりもですね、面白いゲームを作っていこうと決意してますので、ぜひよろしくお願いします。
We have faced so many difficulties while developing this game, so as a director, I'm really relieved. And this might not be the light thing to say at on the occasion of the receiving the GOTY award, but I have made up my mind to create even more interesting games than this one.
で、このエルデンリングについてもまだやりたいことありますので、その点でも今回の受賞すごく大きな励みになりました。
As for Elden Ring, we still have several more things we want to do. So getting this GOTY award really encourage us.
そして、最後にこのゲームをプレイしてくれて、楽しんでくれて、支援してくれた多くのユーザーさんに最大限の感謝を伝えたいです。本当にありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげで我々あるいは私は作りたいゲームを全力で作るという最高のことができています。本当にありがとう。皆さんと同じ時代、この時代にゲーム制作に従事できたことを本当に幸せに思っています。ありがとうございました。
And finally, we would like to express our utmost gratitude to all the fans who played, who enjoyed, and who supported these titles. And we create the games we want to create and do our best because of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, Matan. Real quick, I want to thank everybody and say that I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi, Bill Clinton. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Well, to Bet Believe Day, congratulations. This has been such a special night, and I can't believe that next year, 2023, marks the 10th annual Game Awards. So we are lucky to do this every year, and we want to thank all the industry for their support, and of course, all of you around the world, viewers of the show. Tonight, I do have one last special announcement from us. To celebrate our 10th year, the Game Awards is thrilled to be partnering with the LA Phil for a very special evening of video game music performed live at the world-famous Hollywood Bowl next year on June 25th, 2023. We will be celebrating the past decade of video game music and looking ahead to its future. You'll be hearing much more about this historic collaboration early next year. Until then, thank you so much. Have a safe and happy holiday season, and we'll see you in 2023. Good night, everybody.
bowl projections looking like? ESPN got some bowl game projections or something. Oh, there it is. So they got us playing Temple in the Union Home Gasparillo Bowl. Ass. Alabama, Oklahoma, Michigan State finally doing good, and USC, yeah, okay, look at y'all, finally doing y'all thing. Do you have a chance of competing for a championship? Projected rank is 70. Okay, bad. Then we're gonna do worse than we already is. Huh. Cool. Josh good. God damn, they're straight running backs. It's crazy. And in real life, it's straight quarterbacks. On here, it's straight running backs. Alright, man. Going on 10% fan about to die. About to go and get off this thing. Dang, it's a little loud now though. Yeah, I've been streaming for 5 hours. That's why that shit loud as hell. Alright, man. About to go and get off, man. CPU and get 2 out. That's okay.